Okay, hello. Hi there, everybody. So, let me just fix one thing and I'll be right with you. Okay, there we go. Think that's better? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Let's see. So, yeah, things don't seem to be cooperating. That's why I said I was glad to have all weekend to try to make things cooperate. But it seems like when I have the game maximized, other things quit working. So that's great. We're off to a wonderful, wonderful start. So, yeah. And unfortunately, I have to use screen capture, which is a problem. It's always a problem. Uh, so yeah, I don't know. Because before it was working as long as I did not minimize this other screen, but now it doesn't seem to want to do that. Like, if you look right there, it's working, but it's not working when I go into the game, which is unfortunate. Alright, so anyway, yeah, I guess. So much for that plan, right? But yeah, I don't know if it's going to work that way with other games or not. But yes, you may have noticed I've got a little friendo up in the corner there. Yeah. It seems like as soon as I maximize the game screen, that quits working because for some ridiculous reason, it's registering them both as game. Instead of, actually being something separate than the game, it's registering it as a game instead of something separate. So that's kind of annoying, isn't it then? Alright, so, yeah, I don't know if I should just get rid of it because it doesn't seem to work, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to have to find another program apparently because this one does not want to work. So anyway, let me go ahead and I guess get rid of that. But then I guess I got to change the stream title too. So yeah, give me a few to sort that out, and you'll have to pardon me on the trying to get this done because things are not working the way they're supposed to right now. All right, so let me go ahead and okay. Interesting. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? If I have it in window mode, then things seem to work. So let's try to see if we can switch this to windowed mode. And maybe that'll actually fix our problem. Possibly. Maybe. I guess I have to go into the game first. So let me go into the game so I can get into the regular settings menu. Well, I guess I can do it from here. Alright, so full screen, no. Let's not do full screen. Let's just make it a window. And maybe this will work. Hey, I think it might work now. Hi! Okay, I think I fixed something. Yay, I fixed something. Okay, hi everybody. So, sorry, technical difficulties. They're just par for the course here, right? So, you'll have to pardon the fact that you're going to have to look at my taskbar there at the bottom. But that's the only way it seems to want to work. So I'm going to have to play every game in windowed mode now. Which is odd. Because I usually don't play stuff in windowed mode. I usually play it in, full screen mode. So, hi guys. Did you watch the beginning of this last week? I did it on Friday because I strangely did a Friday stream. And now, even more strangely, I'm doing a Thursday night stream because the house is empty. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. The house is finally empty. Ah, it's wonderful. It's a beautiful thing. So let's just go back here while we chat for a moment. So anyway, yeah. I don't know what to call her yet. She definitely is not me, but since this is a free beta version of the whole VTuber thing, there's not a lot of choices. Hopefully they'll add more when it's no longer a beta version. But anyway, so I don't know what we'll call her. Because, I mean, Nocturna was my screen name for the longest time, but that doesn't really fit the little bubbly blonde girl in the pastels. But it'll do for now, right? It'll do for now. Okay, so anyway, yeah. So I did this on Friday, and I think we can actually get a little bit of a history in the actual game itself. Now I just gotta... May 19th. Was that Friday? I think that was Friday. Alright, so which is the latest one? This one, it looks like. Okay, so we'll go into this just so we can get into the history thing. that we have here. Huh, apparently it's not going to show up now. All right. Yeah, there's normally a little history thing down here. But anyway, so to get you caught up, well, there is a history thing in the game, but I'm going to try to remember what happened on Friday. I watched like the last 10 minutes, but, so this is Ebon Light, and it's a very interesting kind of visual novel-esque game. And, yeah. So what happened so far? Well, I'm like all distracted now, like trying to make sure things are still working or working as best as they can. Because like I said, it's a free beta version. I'll probably get something different at some point, but for now it'll do. Anyway, yeah. So what happened in the game? I was living on some tiny island with my aunt, and these pirates show up there every once in a while and sell stuff. And we bought something that he said was spice, and so we got that from the pirates, and then I thought I saw somebody watching me in the woods, but didn't quite see it. I went back home to my cabin for the night. My aunt, who I live with, gave me some tea. It tasted strange. She said she used the spices. You know, the spices the pirates got us that day. Thanks, Aunt. But, yeah, so she used that, and then I went out to the woods again, and this very, very, very interesting looking man, elf man, cornered me and said that he wanted something called the Kuthental and that I took it. And I said I didn't know what it was, and he said it was powder in a pouch. So apparently I drank whatever this Kuthental thing was, and because of that, he basically took me onto a ship and took me to this elf town because he said that the Kuthental belongs to them, so now I belong to them since I drank it without even knowing what it was. So he took me there, and some rich dude had me at his house, and then some really angry sounding guards tried to come and get me. So they snuck me out and hid me at a cabin in the woods. Not the movie. They hid me at a cabin in the woods, and then after a few days, they came and got me. But some weird stuff happened while I was at the rich dude's house, too. I saw this weird purple see-through hand over my face in the mirror, which is not normal. And then, yeah, that was interesting. And then when I was at the cabin in the woods, waiting for them to come get me when the coast was clear, because apparently the leader of the military in their town had ordered me to be executed or something because of this Kuthental thing. It's all very strange. But, so that's why they snuck me out there and hid me at the cabin in the woods until they could sort that out. And, while I was at this cabin waiting for them to come back and get me, I started hearing some strange voice that was in purple font when everything else in the game is in white font. So that's strange in itself. How meta. But anyway, so that's what has kind of happened. Oh, I also forgot to mention that there's a lot of really hot elf men that seem to be paying attention to me now on this little adventure that I'm on. But I will read you the history once it lets me get into it, because right now it's not giving me the option. But so they had just now come and got me back from the cabin. Apparently they think it's safer now for me to go back to the city where the military leader dude, the Grand General they call him, wanted to murder me, but now apparently that's changed. Oh, and by the way, the Grand General dude, the one that wanted to kill me, he is the grandfather of 3 of the 5 guys that are helping me. So that's not awkward at all. So anyway, that's kind of what's happened so far for those of you that missed the first part. The VOD is up on my channel. I posted on Twitter if you wanted to see the first part of this, but it is a visual novel. But you have stats and stuff, so it's not quite your usual visual novel. But I did one playthrough of it. And I wanted to do a different path this time, because there's a few different paths you can take. So I wanted to try a different path, but you can die in this game, so it's a little scary to pick things that are different. So I'm a little worried about that. But let's get on to it so I can actually read you the in-game history, which might be more or less logical than my rambling attempt to try to explain something that happened in the story a week ago. But anyway, by the time we arrived back in the city, because they had just taken me back from the cabin, the sun had already set, though in truth the day had been so gloomy and overcast that the difference was subtle at best. Vidane, he is one of the hot elf boys. I'll show you who they all are, too. It's also something that you can get into in the history thing. But Vidane has some sort of night patrol. He parted ways with us soon after we entered the city. The commander said something about not being seen with us, and also took her leave. Yes, there's a female commander in their army, and she's also the cousin of 3 of the guys, and the granddaughter of the one that wanted us dead. So, again, not awkward at all. Anyway, so, yeah. They hadn't been lying about the gore. Yes, they had to kill a bunch of harpies that were surrounding the cabin and trying to eat me. So, that's what that's referring to. You know, fun stuff. I wasn't afforded any time. As you can see, this is kind of a fantasy setting. There's elves and harpies and fun stuff. So anyway, they hadn't been lying about the gore. I wasn't afforded any time to examine the mangled remains, as we were moving fast, but what I had seen left an impression. Despite the nightmare I'd lived through, the creatures having met the fate they did hung a sadness over me. They'd been so desperate I couldn't help but guess at their reasons. Hungry? The elves certainly could have called their numbers if they wanted to. Overpopulation of a predatory species is a problem for predator and prey alike. But I didn't ask. I couldn't bear to just then. All right. So here's some of our hot boys. Okay, why is this? Okay, I know what's happening here. I need to hit this button. Okay, because I'm used to the other game I was playing where the stuff's actually in the menu. So we'll look at that in a second. All right. So people. Here's the 5 guys. These first 5. But before we get to that, we will go. We don't want this. We want this. We'll go into history. It gives you a little bit of a rundown, which might make more or less sense than what I was saying. And yes, you have like traits and stuff, and an inventory. So it's kind of like a visual novel with some RPG elements. Like here's my inventory: a kitchen knife, nightstand parchment, a sharp comb, and an old scouting blade. But here's my traits also, and they actually changed as you play the game. So anyway, this is the history. I was taken from Edric, that's the island she grew up on, by an inhumanly pale elf seeking an ancient elven marrow. I accidentally consumed the marrow he sought. Okay. 1031V apparently is the year. I arrived in Gallia. I met the Onyx Chandler, that's what Julier calls himself. However briefly, before succumbing to the strange symptoms I'd begun to experience. You know, random purple hands over my mouth in the mirror. Voices in my head. Nothing strange. It's all perfectly fine. And then I fled from Julia's house. Lacey, that's Laceaga. I call him Lacey because he kept calling me human instead of calling me by my name. And yeah, I didn't pick the last name. The last name they just gave me. But yeah, I didn't pick that in case you're wondering, what the fuck is that? But no, I picked Nocturna and then they just stuck that last name on me. But anyway, I fled from Julia's house. Lacey, who is Laceaga, saved me from an assassin and brought me to a cabin in the woods. And that's all we have so far. But here is the boys that we've met so far. Laceaga, he is the one that captured us. Julia is the one who we're staying with. Vidane was the one that came to check on us. Heron and Arnal are 2 of the brothers. One's in the army, one's just a rich, curious boy. But I will, I guess, show you them all. Julia, this is the guy we're staying with, the one who wanted Laceaga to bring us to his house because of the Kuthental. One often forgets that I did do this on the last stream, but for those that might have missed it, I'll give you a little summary of each of the boys. And as you can see, there's little hearts by each of them. Yes, it's kind of got some otome, otome, I'm not sure how it's got some of those, as well as some RPG elements and stuff. And it's also kind of a very dark story set in a fantasy world. So, yeah. Anyway, here's what it says about him. One often forgets that Gallia is a home to more than dark figures clad in iron and hide. It is the notion of many young Gallian soldiers that their dark world runs solely on the sway of their sword, forgetting entirely that there always has been, and always must be, the presence of commerce on their sullen little isle. Julia is an esteemed figure, unique in this status among generals. tacticians and swordsmen. He has spent many long years cultivating trade lines and pumping blood into I can sometimes talk. Galilea's economy, an uphill battle, if ever there was one in a place such as this. It would take a relentless, tenacious, cunning man determined to succeed, and Delia has splendidly. He is very wealthy and very well connected and highly suspect. So that's the guy who paid Laceaga to get the Kuthental, and then Laceaga brought me instead because I had accidentally drank it in my tea. All right, and then Ernal. I gotta scroll it up too because it always goes to the bottom for some weird reason. All right, so this is Ernal. Full transparency, he's the one I ended up with in the first game, but that was because I used an arbitrary method of deciding because I had a really freaking hard time trying to pick between the 5 guys. So I used, because he was with me when this happened, I'll go with him. And I did like the ending I got with him, but I'm going to try to go with somebody else just to see a different ending. Anyway, so this is Ernal. Some people take strangeness in stride, but others find little worse than being outside the commonplace. Find little worse than being outside the commonplace. Ernal was born in the middle of an interfamily war of wills, an instant pawn in a game he had no interest in playing. His tale is not of overbearing expectation or unforgiving duty, which he craved, but rather an expectation to rebel. He was born to the prodigal son, not the demanding general or his more esteemed sons, who enacted high stakes, strict rules, and perilous demands of their children. There was nothing asked of him but to revel in the role of an upstart, to bask in the freedom he was offered outside the confines of Galilean expectation. Instead, he found himself craving for approval from Gallia. He embraced his grandfather's legacy instead of his father's, wishing to be a warrior more than an outcast. He has a blistering temper, indignant pride, and an unnerving determination, all of which thoroughly blinded by desperation. Okay, so that is Ernal, and this is his brother. Heron is a master of capitalizing. He takes the hand he's dealt and makes the most of it, all the while seeming to thrive no matter what way he's forced to adapt. A critic might say it would be easy to roll with the punches when your lot in life is wealth, power, and infamy, but Heron isn't concerned with justifying his existence. He sees the world in his own particular way and uses his means to achieve personal goals which other Gallians perceive as frivolous or pointless. It's been considered that were Heron to ever set his sights on a larger ambition, he might be a force to be reckoned with. Eerily capable of talking, buying, manipulating, bribing, and threatening his way in and out of all manner of things, perhaps thankfully his concerns have always been personal and self-serving. Okay. You go! It's pretty cool so far. I'm mainly just trying to get my little generic trial version of a VTuber to work today. Because it took some time to get her to work, because I now have to play in windowed mode, because she doesn't want to work if I don't play in windowed mode. She's a little persnickety. But yay! Yeah, I did the first part of this on Friday, I think. So I was just giving people a recap if they didn't see the first part. So, but thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I hate talking to myself. So, I guess my little blonde girl here will keep me company, although I am not a little bubbly blonde who wears pastels, but this was the only option. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping this is the beta version of this program. Hi, Drax. Yeah, this is the beta version of this program, so I'm hoping that since it's only in beta, they're going to add like more looks and stuff, and I can change my avatar a little bit, and maybe they'll work out some of the kinks, because right now I have to like leave it open, or it resets all my settings, which is very annoying. So I've just been leaving it open in the background because otherwise, I'd have to reset everything. But I was just getting everybody caught up if they missed the first part of this. I know you were here for at least some of the first part of this, Drax. I know I saw you in that one because I watched a little bit of it back, and I know you were there at the beginning of it at least. So I don't know if you were lurking for the rest of it or not, but I'm trying to get everybody caught up on everything that happened in the first one, and I'm just going over the boys here. All right, and Laceaga, he's the one that Delia paid to go get the Kuthental, and he ended up bringing us back here instead. So this is Laceaga. I really wish they didn't have the hood on him in his picture here, because he's got pretty hair. Anyway, we're one to ask after Laceaga, Lacey, as I call him. Among his superiors and peers, they would likely have nothing remarkable to say, unless they were to find his particular demeanor insulting, or happen to have great admiration for skill with a bow. Laceaga has had a few minorly impressive moments in his military career, but nothing which sent ripples through the forces, just enough prestige to get him saddled with a scouting partner like Vidane Millerose. Laceaga seems unbothered by his slow advancement, as though this too is a calculation. For all intents and purposes, Laceaga is an ideal soldier. He relies on intimidation and aggression to get his way, unconcerned with little beyond serving the forces and living a quiet life. He does have a few curious connections with the Onyx Chandler, that's Juliet, and some might say he keeps himself too closed off from his peers, but no one is concerned about Laceaga, and that suits him just fine. And then the last of the 5 is Vidane, the one who actually seems to really care, but they all have their traits that make them interesting. Anyway, this is Vidane. The loveliest bloom comes from a barren garden, but so unaware of itself, so surrounded by prickles and weeds, it will either think itself no better or think itself hopelessly lost. He's also the cousin of the commander girl, Calipoa, and the 2 brothers, Ernal and Juliet. He's their cousin, which means the Grand General, who wanted me dead, is all 4 of them's grandfather. So, fun family. All right, so, and we haven't even met the grandmother yet. But anyway, all right. But so unaware of itself, so surrounded by prickles and weeds, it will either think itself no better or think itself helplessly lost. The mystery of how Vidane managed to cultivate such a soft heart in such an unforgiving atmosphere, no less how it has managed to remain uncrushed in the 6 decades Vidane has been alive, piques the interest and ire of many. He is, they will say, surely destined for tragedy. So it makes me afraid to pick him. Eventually to be consumed or snuffed out by the pressure. To his fortune, Vidane has no interest in complete surrender just yet. His is a quiet, perhaps ridiculous optimism, which nets him a few allies and many enemies. He has become self-sufficient, prone to dreaming, and forced on occasion to become uncomfortably bold. So those are the 5 boys. The 5 boys. All right. Gotta click right on the button. And here are 3 of them. So we had just got, we were hidden... Yes, I was talking about that earlier. My housemates are gone. They just left like less than an hour ago. And then I ate and I decided to do this stream because I did want to stream today because I thought that they might get home early so they could get on the road sooner for their camping trip, but they didn't come home early. So I had to wait till like an hour ago for them to finally leave. So I decided I was going to do this stream tonight. And then tomorrow, what I'm thinking of doing, maybe, is a complete run, like from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, a complete run of Doki Doki Literature Club, because that is, it might be tomorrow, it might be Saturday, it might be Sunday, but I think tomorrow maybe. But yeah, that game, if you guys are not familiar with it, all I will tell you is it is the most twisted and brilliant game I have ever played in my life. It is completely twisted and completely brilliant. So I love that game. I've been watching playthroughs of it and watching people react to it because it's just one of those games where watching people react to it is just, it's fun, if not more fun than playing it yourself. So I was thinking of doing a complete run beginning to end of that tomorrow. Now the game is about 6.5 hours approximately from beginning to end. So the stream will be a little longer than usual, which is why I was going to do it tomorrow, because it is already 7:30 here, 7:30 at night. So I didn't want to start it tonight, so maybe tomorrow. Okay, what about tomorrow, though? More stream, yeah! More stream with my little blondie girl here. She does not look like me at all. Do not be fooled. I'm not catfishing you, it's just the only one they had. But like I said, this is a free beta version of this VTuber. So I'm hoping that they'll add more and I can, like, customize her look a little more. At least give her the right hair color, for frickin' sake. But yeah, I guess I'm a little bubbly blonde now. That's so me, isn't it? Haha. Okay, anyway. So yeah, that's what my plan is for tomorrow, is maybe Doki Doki. I know it would be more fun if it was my first run through, but when I started playing it, I didn't know it was the most brilliant and twisted game ever made. I didn't know that, or else I would have done it on stream. But yeah, it is. Yeah, spot on, right? Yeah, that's so me. Actually, I was blonde once in 8th grade. I dyed my hair blonde. I was in 8th grade. That's my only excuse. And then in 9th grade, I dyed it red, just like my character now. But yeah, I was a blonde in 8th grade. I was a redhead in 9th grade. And then the whole way through college and slightly after college, my hair was jet black and sometimes with blood red streaks. And now all the hair dye is worn off, so now it's just boring brown again. So, I know. Shocking. I know. But yes, I guess this little blondie girl will have to do for now. But like I said, it's a beta version, so I'm hoping they'll give us more choices eventually. So anyway, I think I've got you caught up kind of on what's happened in the game so far, because we did start it on Friday, I think it was. It was sometime last week. And so this is where we are now. They had hidden us away at some cabin in the woods because their grandfather is the Grand General who wanted to kill me because I'm an unknown factor, because I've taken this magical ancient marrow and accidentally drank it in some tea, and they don't know what's going to happen. So their grandfather wanted to have me killed because, you know, we don't understand it, let's kill it. You know, typical. So they had hidden me in the woods because he was going to try to kill me. And now apparently something has changed, so they brought me back to Julie's house. Now I know there's a lot of group conversations in this game, so I'm going to try to like point my mouse at whoever's talking in case you're watching on like a small screen and you can't see who it says is talking. So I'm going to try to point, because I'm not good at doing voices, especially voices for a bunch of different guys. Come on. I'm not a voice actress, let alone doing a bunch of voices for different guys. But yeah, so I'm going to try to point the mouse at whoever's talking, so you get an idea if you can't see it. I know, I can't, I'm sorry, I'm not talented enough to do voices for like 30 characters, most of which are men. Sorry guys, I know, I'm so ashamed, I should know better. But anyway, so that's where we are right now. Something changed, so they brought me back to the city, to Julie's house, and this is Julie, the Onyx Chandler, they call him. He's like the richest dude in town, like the king of the merchants or whatever. And their father is the Grand General. However, oddly enough, there is a king also who we never even meet because the king doesn't do anything. I'm sorry, that's a spoiler. We never meet the king. Oh my. But yeah, at least we didn't in my other run. I don't know. We will. But yeah, the Grand General is the military leader, and they're a very militaristic society. Sometimes I speak good. But yeah, they're a very militaristic society, and their father is the Grand General, so he pretty much runs the country, even though he's not the king. He's pretty much the de facto king, because he's running everything, and that's their grandfather, and also Vidane's grandfather, and the commander, Calipoa, her grandfather. It's all their grandfathers, because as you might have seen when I was going over the boys, they all have the same last name, Milrose, and that's the Grand General dude. So I could be what? Alright, so anyway, that's where we are. You can watch the VOD if you want to see the story from the beginning, but I think I got you caught up. So let's get into it, right? I mean, it's been like, what, half an hour now? And I have not accomplished anything. So anyway, here we are. When we stepped into Julie's house, he and Ernal both let out a sigh. Though they're elves. They look like vampires, which is fine with me. But they're elves. They're just very pale elves. Moon elves? Is that it? I don't know. I'm not a D&D'er. I mean, there's a vampire elf in another game I like. The Starry in My Love. But anyway, yeah, they're elves. They're elves. But yeah, when I first saw Laceaga, I did think vampire. They look very vampire-y. But I like vampires, so it's okay. It's okay. Me like vampires. But they're elves. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so Ernal, he and Ernal let out a sigh. Ernal immediately followed his with a scoff, as though perturbed that Julie had mimicked him. Your nerves are betraying you, Julie. As are yours, though I expect we were made nervous by different things. He is far more lethal than harpies. I guessed who they meant, but didn't ask. Uncharacteristic of me as that was, it was then I realized I hadn't said a word in a long time. I'm going to be saying a lot of words, because I got to read a lot of stuff. There's no voices in this game. But anyway, Skylar Saloon, we don't see her. You're back. Skylar is off screen now, everybody. Okay. There's Skylar. Skylar burst in, her voice nervous, but her expression relieved. She's staying here with Julie too. I don't know what their deal is, but she gave me some strange, weird warnings, saying that I'd probably die or something, I don't know. And her and Julie were trying to decipher their grandfather's or their father's collection of weird, ancient, half-finished knowledge about this Kuthental thing that I apparently drank. So her and Julie or trying to translate it and figure out what's going to happen to me because of drinking it. So I think she's actually a half elf, not an elf. But anyway, so I'm not quite sure what her deal is with Julia, but I think she just from the way she acts, I think she's kind of into him, but they're not actually a couple. But that's just my guess at their relationship. Like, I don't know why she's staying with him exactly, but I don't think they're actually a couple. But I think she's into him because she was giving me warnings like, you're gonna get him killed, or just, yeah, I don't know that I'm not quite sure on what their relationship exactly is. But anyway, Skylar burst in, her voice nervous but her expression relieved. All right. Of course, darling, stop doubting. Doubting that you can successfully defy Galoyas, that's the Grand General, these boys' grandfather, that you can successfully defy Galoyas, these elf names, that you can do that and keep your life. Panic isn't helping. I noticed that Heron had also been uncharacteristically quiet. Yes, Heron's probably the flirtiest one of the 5 boys, so him being quiet, that's not a spoiler. You saw that in the last episode if you watched it. But yeah, Heron's probably the flirtiest one. He's the angstiest one. He's the rich aristocrat. I've got money. I can do whatever I want. That one. So anyway, but develop your own opinions. That's just my opinions on the characters so far. Anyway, like I said, I did do one run through of this, but I'm going to try to take a different path this time. So hopefully things will go a little different, but I'm scared because you can die in this game. But anyway. All right. Am I still in danger? Are assassins still after me? Oh yeah, some assassin did try to kill me. That happened too. Oh yeah, that happened too. That's one thing I left out. Oh, an assassin tried to kill me. I forgot about it. But no, an assassin did try to kill me in the last episode. Laceaga, or Lacey, as I call him. He's the one that kidnapped me in the first place, but he actually saved me from the assassin who was after me. And I'm not sure if we have yet found out who sent the assassin. I'm not sure if we have or not in the game. If they don't say it, I'll tell you, but I'm not sure if we've said it yet in the game. But yeah, somebody sent an assassin after me, and Laceaga / Lacey, the one who kidnapped me in the first place, he's the one that saved me from this assassin. So that also happened. Just a little attempt in my life. So no big, it's fine. All right, so let's see. All right. Galois has agreed to temporarily stay his hand. Skylar, Arnal, and Heron all wore rancid expressions as though they just swallowed spoiled meat, and I felt my stomach twist. Why? Why would he do that? He was convinced. And I'm sure you're about to elaborate? The Grand General isn't happy with the situation. We've proven ourselves antagonistic, and he'll surely meet us in kind, which is probably why the others have such dire faces. His disapproving gaze swept across the room. So everything's fine. Jeez, I lost 2 people. Okay. You mean she knows something? We're leaving. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know it was a good enough story to stream until I actually did it. Alright. But like I said, I'm going to try to take a different path, so hopefully things will go a little differently. Anyway. So yes, there will be consequences, but consequences I'm prepared for, nor is this an investment unworthy of the risk, as some of you seem to think. After saying that, his gaze settled on Skylar. Not a risk, a certainty. You'll pay for this. Likely we all will. You're in danger now, too? What is he talking about, Delia? Don't be concerned, Nocturna. Tell me? Tell me? Yeah, sometimes it's kind of silly to read those because she says the exact same thing, but sometimes she doesn't, so it's like, I guess I should read what I'm picking. But I'll usually end up repeating myself because she often says the same thing. But anyway, I spoke stubbornly and Julia's expression softened. It is unwise to so openly move against Galia's. One can go decades skirting the shadows of defiance, but crossing boldly into it draws a hard, heavy hand. As I said, I'm prepared. I expect Goliath is not surprised by my actions. He seems ready to meet any who challenge him, and it is no surprise who those who may challenge him are, but he prefers to wait for others to make the first move. Doing that, he minimizes the risk to his position and can often prevent problems from ever beginning. And so, now I have made the move, so to speak. All is fair. Talking of it is a waste of time. It will all be moot if you and I prove the power of the Kuthental. I felt a new weight being strapped to me. There was certainly justice in his fate being tied to mine, but still I felt the burden of protecting him. Julia smiled briefly. Your concern, however, is appreciated. Goliath agreed to stay the order of execution by 12 days. Bear in mind, however, Goliath does not always keep his word. While he is not a man who betrays confidence easily, he does have a way of conjuring up sympathetic reasons to explain a change of heart. Don't count on getting the full 12 days. And this is their grandfather, his grandfather, and his grandfather. That's who they're talking about. Great. We don't need much time either way. All we need to do is prove your worth to Gallia. Prove it so well that executing you would net him too much disapproval, and the risk you pose alive becomes smaller than the risk you pose dead. For anybody that missed it, I'm trying to put my mouse on whoever's talking, because there's a lot of group conversations, and if you're on a smaller screen, you might not see who's actually talking. So I'm trying to put my mouse on whoever's talking, and if I put it in empty space, it's just narrative. But anyway, so okay. That's all. I hesitated for a second before asking what seemed the obvious question. Then how do I do that? If the Kuthental has made you stronger in some way, no true Gallian would shy away from it. The Kuthental is ours, and if it is strength, it is our strength, and one we would never deny. We would embrace it, as we should. But if you're not strong enough to draw respect from the most brutal of us, there are less grandiose and really smarter ways of going about things. To start with, there is a fracture in the ranks. It has been growing slowly for years now, still a ways off from forcing Galoya's hand, but there is enough divide that throwing in with one or the other and gaining their support may prove too costly for Galoya to act against. You see, Majorle, that's what he calls me, we are far from the only ones to move against him. The struggle would be convincing them to quickly throw in their weight, when so far all of their actions have been very careful and very slow. There's also my father. Ernal scoffed loudly. It seems we have options, Nocturna. Heron suggests you pursue the divide in the forces, or go to his father. Ernal suggests going directly to the people at large. There's another option as well, a particularly bold one. I'd be a fool not to hear all the options, wouldn't I? There is a reason Galoya wants to snuff you out, something about the Kuthental that threatens him. If it was simply a matter of pride or principle, I think he would have avoided this entirely, but something about you threatens him. If we discover what it is he's afraid of, we can use it as leverage. Leverage? Like threatening him? If that's how you prefer to go about it, Ernal thinks you need to woo a city, but I say you need only manipulate one man. It's up to you to decide. You're letting me decide. Mm-hmm. It seems like a simple decision, right? Haha, yeah. Right. Yes, don't you want to? I'm just surprised. I am only surprised. I am but weak human flesh wrapped around a precious investment. Julia gave a long-suffering sigh and Heron snorted. Well, Heron thought it was funny. He likes my sarcasm. Alright, anyway. Oh good, you've recognized the gravity of the situation. There's a lot of that in this game where they are unintentionally funny. Laceaga does that the most, but Ernal does occasionally too. But yeah. Okay. I recognize it better than any of you. It's my life. No, Nocturne, it's very likely ours now too. I wish I could give you more time to consider the options, but time is not a friend. What do you say? I don't want to decide. Alright, so what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I mean, I guess I can talk to them all. Just to get more information. So I guess we'll just go bottom to top. since I don't really care about Skylar that much. But, alright, well, we'll ask Skylar her opinion. Surely you have an opinion, Skylar. Yes, I'm astounded I've managed to keep it in this long. If you must stumble after one carrot on a string after the next, you should exploit the civil divide. Change has been coming, and you might as well try to be the harbinger of it. The harbinger of change? As though there were not enough pressure on me already. She shrugged bitterly. Sometimes the harbinger of change is only an unwitting human who wants to go home, I guess. Despite the pressure I felt in my chest, I managed to chortle. Alright, Juliet. Do you really think I could pull off manipulating the Grand General that way? Julia stared at me for a while in consideration. I think you can. So I have to figure out a reason Galois needs me. Yes, I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't already have ideas. We would help you. More specifically, I would help you. I caught sight of Skylar twisting her face in discontent. You're going to get yourself killed, Juliet. I hope not. What a bold reaction. I hope not. Gosh, Juliet. Oh my goodness. He's got some Darren-esque tendencies. Darren from Wrath of the Righteous. I'm not really that into Juliet. But yeah, he's got some Darren-esque tendencies. But he's not as funny. I mean, they're all occasionally funny, but anyway. Alright, Ernal. I take it you think I should impress the people. Ernal nodded. You would not be trying to coerce or divide Gallia. You may even further unite us. I look at it like working with the tide rather than against it. But more relevant to your interests, I think that it's the only way you will succeed. Well, I can always count on you to get to the point. He nodded again. The problem in working with the tide is you have to keep up. There's no playing by your own rules. It's all the will of the ocean. And that's a lot to learn in a short amount of time. All right, Heron, what else you got to say? You've been a little quiet, Heron. Have I? His smile was warm, but his eyes seemed distant. I'm not sure. I don't like any of the options very much. But my least favorite is Julia's plan to blackmail my grandfather. He is not an easy man to deceive, and he is stubborn and very proud. Tiptoeing around his mind and stoking the right fires to your advantage is such a risky game when failure means your life, Module. It already does mean your life, yes, but... Perhaps Julia should inform those he advises of his past. His past? What happened? Heron sighed. He's made a mess of other people's lives plenty. I don't want you to be added to that number. He references things which have no bearing on the matter at hand. Nor do we have the time allowance to discuss it. Sure, I know what I want to do. Uh-huh, sure. Okay. I've decided, I guess. So, any opinions? Any opinions from the crowd? How should we try to convince Mr. Grand General Man not to kill us? Or keep him from killing us? We can try to convince the people. Or we can try to inspire the whole rebellion that is in the process of happening at some point, I guess, in their society. Or I can try to coerce him, the Grand General guy. Or I can try to go to their dad / the Grand General's son, Ernal and Heron's father. Those are my choices. Yeah. Any preferences? And remember, I can die in this game. Okay, anyway. So yeah, what do we think? What do we think? Oh, sorry, you can't really see Ernal. Huh. Whoopsies. Let me see if I can shrink her a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to help much. But anyway. Can see him a little bit now. Alright, anyway. So, what do we think, guys? What do we think? Any ideas? Any at all? I mean, I could do a poll, but that would just take extra long. I have to go into that. Plus, I'm on screen capture, so it's a big pain. Okay. Anyway. So, I know what I did last time. I know how that goes. I did say I wanted to try to make different choices this time, but I made that choice because I thought it was probably the safest one. No ideas? No opinions? I guess if you missed the beginning of the story, you'd probably have a harder time deciding. Well, one thing I know I want to do is save the game. That's what I want to do. So we'll do that. All right. Anyway, so no opinions. Nobody has an idea what they think should be best. Like I said, I could do a poll, but you know, there's not enough people I think that would really matter for a poll because there's like 4 choices and you know. Also, now what was the reason for going to their father again? I mean, I know he's the Grand General's son, but well, I don't know. I think personally, I don't know. I've only seen the way one of these works out because I've only done one playthrough. But the thing I thought would probably be the safest was probably going to the people. But I don't know. I guess we can try it since nobody else is saying anything. So I guess we'll try this. I did say I was going to go take a different path, but I'm mainly referring to the romance. But anyway, yeah, I guess we'll try this then. Because honestly, that's my first instinct. This one. It seems like the one that would be the safest. But again, this is the only one I've seen, so I don't know how these ones work out. Alright, so I guess we'll go to the people. I'm going to show Gallia what I'm worth. Are you sure? I think Laceaga will be best suited to help you with that. Really? What? It's everybody's opinion on Laceaga. He's not exactly the most personable or diplomatic soul, but he's very, very, very hot. I mean, what? Okay, anyway. Ernal, with your reputation, Ernal sighed. Julia may be right. Laceaga can put you where you need to be. So you're sure of this Nocturna? Not really, no. Last chance to change our minds, guys. I don't know. I guess we're going with it because nobody else is saying anything about what they think would be a good plan. So, I guess we'll go with it. Then it's decided. We know what we'll do. It was only a few hours later, and I decided to save again because I'm a compulsive saver. Okay, so it was only a few hours later. It's Laceaga! Or Lacey, as I like to call him. Yeah. So, tell me, how do you intend to press my people? I had the extreme fortune of meeting Lacey first thing in the morning before breakfast. His voice was dripping with sarcasm, mouth stuck in a smirk. Is this the guy that originally kidnapped us? Yeah. Him. Lacey. Ah, jeez. Isn't that what you're here for? I thought that's why the others had you come. No, Julia had me come to facilitate you, to get you around Gallia in one piece. That doesn't mean I can make you into something you're not, give you answers to questions you've not even asked. I sucked in a tight breath and stilled my patience. Tell me how to impress your people, Lacey. Aside from bringing you all to your knees. Ah, now she gets it. See, he's the one that is most often unintentionally funny. Or maybe it's intentional. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, Lacey. But I find him quite funny. Other than the fact that he's also really, really hot. But anyway, yeah. I mean, he kidnapped me, but he did save me from an assassin, so, you know, we'll take the good with the bad. Right, guys? Okay, anyway. An assassin who wouldn't have been anywhere near me if I hadn't been kidnapped by him. But that's beside the point. It's beside the point, everybody. Anyway, I need a drink, though, because I'm doing a lot of reading. So, let's move on, shall we? How do I show them? How do you think? Stop playing games. If you won't play games and you can't fight us, how do you possibly hope to keep anyone's attention? Well, thanks, dear. He clicked his tongue. This goes one of two ways, Rabbit. Yes, he always calls her Rabbit. He started out calling her human. Now he always calls her Rabbit. You're not being helpful. I'm not going to walk you through this, Nocturna, and not just because I lack the patience. If you can't put the pieces in place, you're not going to last. Yes, he's the least friendly of them all, but still. You want me to bluff? I would have thought you, of all people, would have a more direct solution. If you were stronger, I'd say show it, but as it stands, the only thing I can do is try to buy you time. How? Bluffing? You'll see. Ugh. I was not hired to hold your hand, Rabbit. Off to a promising start, I hope? Lacey scoffed. Juliet, why was Lacey summoned? To help you, Nocturna. Is that up for debate? I believe I said Nocturna wants to grow popular. She'll need help, and I suspect you're fit for the job. Juliet answered in all typical abruptness, vacant smile still on his face. And it was left to my discretion how to best move forward. The methods, perhaps. The goal will remain the same. Then leave me to it and go away. Hey! Juliet fixed an icy look on Lacey. At a guess, he didn't appreciate being ordered out of a room in his own house. But then Juliet smiled, and it was all back to normal. Normal, nothing was. Nocturna, has he told you about Visidan Nalaval yet? You elves. Jeez. Not yet. Ah. Juliet shifted a smile to Lacey as if prompting him to continue. I'm going to get a cough drop soon because all this talking. But anyway, Lacey was annoyed. Not that this came with particular distinction from his usual disposition. I think there's only one thing to do. Tell us. Yes, do. She needs to fight publicly. Show off something that can only be explained by the Kuthental, and people will take it from there. After all, no human should be able to stand against one of us. I stared at him incredulously, and when I looked at Juliet, I found myself surprised to see him nodding. Ah. I was afraid of that. Juliet? He makes a valid point, Nocturna. Gallia is... well, we lack complex motivation. We are simple people. So be it, I'll fight. Lacey laughed and shook his head. Amusing as all that would be, you don't have to. I will fight you. We will give a convincing enough display. We're gonna wrestle? What? This took a turn. What? We're gonna wrestle, everybody. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. What? We're gonna fight. All right. No one will accuse me of feigning defeat. Oh, but people would talk. But Lacey, people would say things. You defeated by a rabbit. That's the point. Weren't you paying attention? See, he's just... I don't know why. I just love his sense of humor. It's just like such a dry sense of humor, and I just find him very fun, even though he's kind of not nice at all. But his humor just... I find it very, very amusing. Anyway... Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to talk with the cough drop in my mouth because my voice is going already, and it's only even an hour in. Help. But, yeah. Okay, so, but there's a lot of reading. So, it's either that or I'm going to be croaking by the end of this. Alright. Anyway. I'm afraid I see the logic to it. Yes, but first things first. Visidan Nalaval. I'll be back for her tonight. Julia nodded and the two men dispersed. Leaving me there in the middle of the room, 5 steps behind, as usual. Okay. Ay. I think it's time for another save. That night, I was summoned to the front of the house. I was told Lacey was waiting for me. Lacey. It was very strange to see Lacey standing in Julia's dining room waiting for me. And for the second time that day, no less. It was so proper and cordial, as though we had some very respectable relationship. Kidnapper and kidnappee. Julia was standing at the door, sipping at a drink, while Lacey's eyes darted around impatiently, prying through the details of Julia's curious decor. I'd learned he hadn't been inside Julia's manor much before I came along. When his attention fell on me, he narrowed his eyes. There you are. Where are we going? Yeah, where are we going? I'm going to show you how galleons fight. I don't hold out much hope it'll really teach you anything, but if we can avoid it all coming as a complete surprise to you, it may do a little good. Jeez. It must be love, guys. He's so sweet to me. I'm compelled to do what I can to keep this from ending as embarrassingly as it likely will. He has such faith in me. And what compels you remains largely suspect. Let's go. Waste enough time already. Pardon me? Oh, and before you go, it seems everything has swayed and fallen just so that the best time for her display is Half Moon's Eve. 2 days? Glad she knows what Half Moon's Eve is. I guess it would be the middle of the month? Or the night before? The night of the middle of the month? But, okay. Alright. Lacey spoke and laughed at the same time, his humor in direct contradiction to my alarm. But we had 12 days. We had roughly 12 days. I realize there is a certain benefit to more time, but it simply doesn't outweigh the benefit available in 2 days. Take care of her, Laceaga. You've not been given free rein just yet, remember? Lacey nodded. I know, Julia. If you want to babysit, you're welcome to come. Julia smiled one of his smiles and left the room. I was uncomfortable. Ah, it's raining. I like to try to save if there's, like, an important-ish decision or if it's, like, a transition of some kind. So. Gallia's streets were wet and cold, thus completely typical. It's Seattle. Lacey moved ahead of me, but never strayed far, no matter my pace. It was much like it had been back home, him leading me to the ship, staying close to make sure I didn't run away, but giving me the leash to try. There's leashes now? Oh, this relationship is getting stranger and stranger by the second. We're wrestling, there's leashes. Wow. Okay. Anyway, what? I didn't say anything, you said something. Alright, it was the little blonde girl. She said it, not me. Okay, anyway. This time it was almost protective. Not in an affectionate way, of course. But instead, he expected something to jump out of the shadows, and he couldn't let me die just yet. Isn't he sweet? He can't let me die just yet. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Lacey. Thank you for not letting me die just yet. See? It's love. It's love. How fun. I'm gonna brace myself. But nothing about my situation should have felt comfortable, and I was here to fight. You look like you're trying to taste the blood. What? Blood tasting. Bloodletting. Trying to improve your morale when lacking a better option? Obtain vigor for a battle? I guess it's worth a try. I found myself considering it. Perhaps it's worth giving it a go. He snorted. I made him laugh, guys. See, I told you it was love. Alright, anyway. Few people take it literally, rabbit. Try not to bite through your tongue. Jeez. See, we're perfect together, everybody. Yes, I realize I just say it, but this is kind of a transition. We walked up a steep incline, and I thought it precarious with the frequent rain and slippery stone. But I was about to see how little that mattered in the scheme of things. It was a large open area, shaped like a big circle with the backs of buildings acting as a perimeter. The path leveled off abruptly, and save the small gaps between the buildings surrounding us, it seemed there was only one entrance to the place. Is that blood? There were 6 elves present, aside from Lacey. 2 were fighting. They both looked exhausted. They wore only thin shirts, now still to their form in the rain. They both bled profusely. One looked prone to falling over at any moment. They could barely hold their weapons. 2 others were fighting together against one. These 3 all had armor, and all held their weapons firm. Despite being outnumbered, the one fighting alone seemed to have every advantage. I watched him briefly. He darted along the sten in the rain like a lizard, swinging his sword with terrifying force. It was mesmerizing. What is this? Visidan na Laval. Don't you speak elf? It is a battlefield, sometimes used for training, settling disputes, weddings, revenge, combinations of the four. See what I mean? Even though he's like the jerk of the bunch, he's really funny at times. But anyway, weddings, revenge, combinations. Oh, lazy, lazy, lazy. I bet you come here a lot. And you're a frequent visitor? Lacey shook his head. No, rarely. I don't get in fights I can't win. Not if I can help it. I'd need to take the battle elsewhere. What I'm good at is irrelevant here. What's that? Surprise and stealth. You're a rogue? Much happens here unexpectedly, but all of it in the movements and deceptions of the body. So, a very pale elf rogue who seems kind of vampire-y. Where have I seen this before? Oh, Astoria. I mean, what? I didn't say anything. Anyway. Okay. But my strengths are in the cover of wild terrain. This place is flat and splayed open. No wild to exploit. But to the point, look there. He pointed at the sixth elf who wasn't engaged in a fight. He walked towards us along with the outside of the circle, shifting his gaze between us and the two battles. The circle overseer. He's regulating all this? Yes, there are two rules here. If someone crosses the edge, he pointed with his foot at the deep groove in the I can talk. In the stone ground, fighting must cease. And one cannot openly murder. If you've come here to kill someone, you should at least pretend otherwise. Okay. I'm tempted between number 2 and number 3. And why are we here? And the reason that we are here is... Isn't it? Couch. Couch, apparently. Alright. Lacey grabbed me and threw me to the ground. Ah! Well, this just got interesting. Me and Lacey on the ground, in the rain, in the dark. It's perfectly fine. Yeah then. Okay, my breath was knocked away and the immediate shock of it froze me. I was surprised, even as I cursed myself for letting Lacey surprise me. And as I lay there, mind catching up to what was happening, wondering if this was the start of another attack, I felt a heavy exhale in the back of my head. He sounded relieved, rattled. I realized then that Lacey was, well, perhaps shielding me. Drama. He keeps acting like he hates me, but he keeps saving me. What's that about? Alright, anyway. Okay. Oh, gosh. What was that? What's going on? A stray short sword, huh? I'm glad you find it funny, Lacey. Short swords flying at us. He's just having the time of his life. Oh, Lacey. Yeah. What? Lacey stood up straight and let out a brief chuckle. He's loving it. Goodness, this man. Leave Macau. Mackay. You elves. We're fine. Is that a human? Pretty sure it's this guy's talking. A half-elf. Her father is paying me to try to bring the galleon out of her. Good luck. I climbed to my feet as the overseer hissed something loathsome. He turned and walked back toward where he came. So that was fun. Okay, guys. Me and Lacey are having a lovely date. Swords are flying. Oh my. Okay, yeah. What happened? Her sword flew out of her hand, and just so happened to do so in our direction. Is your luck usually this bad? He gestured over one of the elves who fought in a pair against a solitary one. She now fought swordless, her and her companions battled against the ferocious one, growing all the more desperate. They're still going. Why stop? He's all but won now. Mercy is never in the terms. Lacey looked me over, determining if I'd been hurt. Satisfied that I hadn't, he nodded at the overseer. We'll go stand near him. Why did you tell him I was a half-elf? Because that makes sense to him. We don't need any added curiosity just yet. Alright. I nodded. Then I guess I'm a half-elf. With a very concerned father, yes. While the overseer had cut directly through the circle, Lacey began walking along the perimeter. Stay on this side of the groove. Crossing over is just inviting trouble. Someone could attack with little repercussion. Yes, I'm a VTuber now. For now. It's a test run. She doesn't look anything like me, but since it's a beta and it's free, I'm hoping that eventually they'll work out the kinks and let me choose some other people. Because I like to have the hair color, right? And I'm definitely not the little blonde girl with pastel type, but, you know, it'll do for now. It'll do for now. Anyway. So stay on this side of the grid. Crossing over is just inviting trouble. Someone could attack you with little repercussion. The overseer glanced at us briefly. We stood a few feet from him and watched the two fights in silence. Narrowly avoiding an untimely death and watching the elves beat on each other had my heart racing. The trio's battle was more intense, but the exhausted pair was an impressive testament of will. They kept going with slow, laborious swings, neither accurate nor powerful, but determined and pointed. Again and again, I thought surely they were done, and again, they swung. Yeah, it's a beta version, so it's not quite fully animated and stuff, but it's something at least. I figured it'd be something a little different. Since I have the whole weekend to stream, since my housemates are gone, I figured I'd mix it up a little bit. So, we'll see how it goes. Like I said, it's a free beta version, so it might change at some point, but for now, I think it's kind of cute and something different. Up until, finally, one of the men fell to his knees. It was a slow and miserable collapse, weighed down by hours of bitter exhaustion. What were their terms? Over a woman? She's not here watching? Lacey chuckled. She doesn't want either, I suppose. The victor stood still, staring down at his fallen companion. I was unable to look away, despite, perhaps because of, the gore presumed to come. Instead, the victor collapsed as well. His was a more sudden and less dramatic fall. He simply teetered over like a tree giving way. The overseer sighed. Give a hand pulling their bodies out of the perimeter. Leaving them would serve them right. Less of a hassle this way, believe me. I watched Lacey and the overseer as they walked out into the circle, and I found myself shaking my head. This entire experience was... This was illuminating. Illuminating. Lacey and the overseer had just taken hold of the two collapsed bodies when the remaining fight exploded. The elf who fought single-handedly against two had swung his sword across the belly of the woman who'd nearly impaled me. She gave a shrill cry, and a second later her companion screamed in a frenzy. Swords clashed again. The wounded elf fell to her knees, and the two that remained continued in her wake. It was obvious that the elf who'd lost his partner didn't stand a chance alone. They yelled at one another, her cries pained and desperate. Though I couldn't know what they had said, I got the feeling she wanted to save himself. The two male elves fought, growing closer and closer to the perimeter of the circle, nearing where I stood. And, my button didn't work. Alright, so the woman shouted loud, demanding, almost hatefully. This seemed to spark a decision in her companion, who quickly darted for the circle's perimeter. He was retreating. I watched intently. The fighters had grown close enough to reach out and touch, but neither seemed particularly aware of me. They stared at each other. The elf who'd retreated looked distraught, while the one who pursued him looked angry. After a few seconds, the elf who remained in the circle pointed his sword at the woman he'd already brought to her knees. He said something in Gallian, and again, I knew what the implication was. He was threatening to finish her. I shot Lacey and the overseer a glance. The latter looked unconcerned. He was busy himself dragging one of the collapsed elves. But Lacey had stopped to watch what was going on, and after looking at me, held my gaze and shot me a trepidatious look. The pursuant elf turned and began walking toward the fallen woman. Well, I already almost got hit by a sword, so I guess we'll yell at Lacey to do something. I'm sure he'll listen. Lacey, do something! Lacey shot me an incredulous look with a quick toss of his head. He left that alone to be his whole response. and in turn left me to gape uselessly as the scene unraveled. The elf who had retreated stood next to me, shouting, while the pursuant elf returned to the woman he'd already cut down. He moved across the stone slowly, coming near the fallen woman, then turning to stare back at the one who had retreated. The stare was brief, and near as I could tell, a final chance. But the elf near me did nothing. He stared, motionless. And so the woman was stabbed again, the sword straight through her chest. This couldn't be real. The elf beside me finally jolted with a miserable cry. I flinched at the sound. Only a sound of rain came after that. The killer began walking away toward the circle's entrance to leave. The elf beside me fell to his knees, and I could only stare. When finally Lacey finished moving the unconscious lovelorn elves, he began his way towards me. "And what would you have had me do, Rabbit?" His voice was a low hiss, as if he were attempting to keep our conversation secret. "Stop it. Stop that from happening." How? This was their battle. Had I gotten involved, what do you suppose would have happened? Make no mistake, that elf is lethal even among my kind. It was a lost cause. And even if it wasn't, in here the rules are different. In here we are not brothers, but single entities at odds. Now come, you've seen what you needed to. Yeah. So that was a fun little night out. Wonderful date. Thanks, Lacey. It was really sweet. Yes, I know it wasn't supposed to be a date, but come on. All right, anyway. Yeah, so that went well, eh? Okay, so everything happened fast after that. I barely had time to prepare for what was coming next. There was a knock at the door. Julie, apparently. Yes, you heard me right. What? I sounded moody. I was moody. Which was fitting. Julia entered the room, completely undaunted. Are you ready? Lacey's in position. Gallia's ready for you. Lacey? Julia smiled. Yeah, they're all calling him Lacey now. I love it. Too funny. I thought that might cheer you up. Are you worried? Do I seem worried? He continued smiling at me. Don't worry. He knows what I would do to him if he hurt you. Outside Julia's house, a small crowd had already assembled. And I got another transition. I guess I like to save if there's a really important decision or if there's a transition, just to keep the saves recent in case something happens. Anyway. Yeah, crowds and stuff. Julia ushered me to a spot in the center and began shouting, his tone suddenly that of someone who had something to sell. Curious glances were on me from the moment I walked out the door, but now as Julia continued on, their gazes went from curious to ravenous. Oh my goodness, feed these people. Alright, anyway. No, they're not vampires. They just look like vampires. Oh, damn it. Okay, anyway. Whatever Julia was selling, they wanted to buy it. They began to make space around me, and a chill ran up my spine. I exhaled slowly. There was no turning back. The night prior, Vidane had come barreling through, just desperate to convince me not to go through with this. But there wasn't any time. Don't trust Laceaga, Naterna. He will hurt— this is Vidane, what he told me, apparently. He will hurt you to elevate himself. Julia doesn't scare him as much as everyone thinks. I didn't trust Lacey, of course, but could Lacey really fool Julia that easily? If they wanted me dead, this isn't how they go about it, was it? Another chill seized me, and I remember it's the first day I met an elf. We were not in the burning woods any longer. We were on their land. Every advantage I had before was lost. Except, perhaps, the Kuthental. I excitedly present to you Nocturna, human, yes, but in possession of something very Galilean, the Kuthental. Prepare yourself, Rabbit. Lacey's voice was quiet, and then he spoke loudly. Let us see what you claim to possess. Do you not fear the Kuthental, elf? Do you have no fear or reverence of the Kuthental, elf? Do you not think it has the potential to destroy you where you stand? I have seen nothing to convince me you are anything more than someone's pet. I do not keep human pets, I'll have it known. 2 small blades were in either of his hands, no room for a bow in the street. I was grateful for that, at least. I'd heard that he is best with a bow. I had been given a single broad blade in turn. Its weight and size resembled the sickle I used to use back home, and it felt the most comfortable in my hands. He watched me, and though he kept his face carefully still, I could see a sparkle of excitement in his shadowed eyes. I sensed he was eager to toy with me. Really now. Sorry, I got distracted. What? Right. I glared him down, as though this were a real fight, and it felt like it was. He rushed for me. Stand your ground? I stood my ground, rigid as a rock, as Lacey charged toward me. One blade came toward my gut. But before it landed, he turned the blade away and used one arm to grab me. I'll talk. As usual. Took no time at all, did it? He held my back to his chest, a dagger aimed lazily at my throat. Guess I'll throw my elbow into him. See, we're wrestling now. It's still raining. I plunged my elbow backwards, and with a far less pained than I'd have liked sounding oof, Lacey's grip lightened, enough for me to step away and face him. Mysterious, random voice who gets colored font. Don't be weak. I flinched, instinctively drawing one shoulder up to my ears as if that would muffle the sound of the voice. Lacey hesitated only briefly before he started in on me again. Do something. I guess I'll do something. Ah! Oh, my eyes turned purple. An instant gratifying release of tension came with a purple haze that forced not only Lacey but Dulier and all the other onlookers back. Embracing it as I had, I wasn't at all shocked. But for those around me were. Dulier touched pleased. What was that? The crowd was brimming with excitement, a mix of wonder, fear, and disbelief. Lacey pulled down his hood. The Kuthental, it's real. An elf in the crowd took a step toward me, and I flinched. I still felt rage pulsing through me. I don't think I took this choice before. I think I did something else, because this doesn't seem familiar to me. I have done one run-through of this, but I don't remember all the choices I made. It was a couple weeks ago. So, I don't know. Sorry about the crunching. My cough drop's on. But, yeah, I haven't taken this. I don't think I took some choice here. Something's different. And I'm a little worried because you can die in this game. So this might be the end of the run. I might have messed up because I don't remember some of this stuff happening in my first run. But anyway. Now from the crowd took a step toward me and I flinched. I still felt rage pulsing through me. Julia, as such, decided to get me in the house quickly. Once I'd calmed down enough that they were certain I wouldn't, attack them, the questions began rattling off. Yeah, I think I took a different option before, because I don't remember some of that stuff happening. I don't remember what option I did take, but I don't remember it quite happening that way before, so I'm a little scared now. We're in unknown territory. So it's kind of like a first playthrough after all, because I'm on a different path now than I think I was. And it could be ending very soon. I don't know. I'm a little scared. And I need another drink of water to wash down that horrible cough drop. So anyway. Yeah. So things have already changed from my original playthrough, which was only a couple weeks ago. Alright. Let's hope I don't die in the next 5 seconds. Alright. I can't imagine how that could have gone better. Yeah. I turned to see Lacey. Well, glad they're happy about it. I turned to see Lacey, who must have come in from another entrance. A window, I'd like to think. Good job, Rabbit. What? I think that's the nicest thing Lacey's ever said to me. You know, the fact they keep saving my life. You can stop calling me that. Maybe. Maybe I'll have to. Ooh. I think Lacey's impressed, guys. Alright, anyway. And maybe if you... There'll be little to making this circle. Sometimes I can talk. There'll be little to making this circulate properly. I expect Gaulias will be so up to his ears and quaking chatter about you that he'll be forced to stay his hand. And so we waited. And we waited. And we waited some more. And we waited until I saved again because I'm a save-aholic. Alright, anyway. The cough drop didn't really help, guys. It really didn't help. As soon as I finish the cough drop, the cough starts again. Alright, anyway. 3 days later. Okay. Julia got a letter from the Grand General. He was calling off my execution. Yay, I win! Game over? Am I all good to go now? Do I still get to pick one of the boys? Alright, fine. Guess we'll keep going. Julia's bitter chuckle went unexplained, but I got the feeling that the general held some resentment. It couldn't be helped. And what's more, I was being summoned to the castle to meet him. I don't want to meet him. This guy wanted to kill me. I don't care if he called it out. I surely don't want to meet him. I mean, yeah, 3 of my prospective love interests are his grandsons, but that's beside the point. I still don't want to meet their family. The morning I was to be introduced to Gallia, as the woman bearing Kuthenthal, came faster than seemed at all fair. No rest to be found, no escape from danger. If I was to believe I had truly escaped death, my body seemed unconvinced. I had not been able to sleep. My muscles remained tense, my chest tight. Well, that's just like me in real life. I'm pretty sure I didn't drink any weird ancient elf marrow in real life. And I still can't ever sleep, so what's the difference? I mean, yeah, okay, let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Anyway, a surge of confusing and conflicting emotions combated within me. A part of me considered that this summons could be an execution as well. He, so enraged by our efforts against him, had decided to put an end to me publicly. I'd been assured Galois was placated, but it was difficult to rest easy. It was true, certainly, that I had no choice today. I'd have to go and agree with whatever he demanded. I wondered what my life would cost me. Transition! That means save! Alright. There. Julia says, Nocturna, are you ready? No. Is that a joke? That's a sick joke. I heard him sigh from behind the door. Ready or not, as they say. Then nothing's changed. And yet we've stayed on the side of fortune all along. There are choices everywhere, darling. The door opened. Let's go, Nocturna. Do we have to? Oh, we finally get to meet the Grand General who wanted to kill me. Perfect. Yeah, I know I just saved. I know this. Are you ready? No? I found myself in what looked to be a study. A shiver ran down my back when I realized this was probably Galois's inner sanctum and what felt to be in the heart of my enemy. Galois himself was nowhere to be seen, though I'd clearly heard him when I came in. I found myself searching the shadows of the room desperately. Well, I don't have dark vision. I'm not an elf, man. Alright, anyway. Another command came, impatient, booming from outside an open door. Come, this will be fast. Yeah, that's what she said. Alright, anyway, as I drew close to the door, a balcony lay before me. Oh, hi, people. How you doing? Below, I saw dozens of soldiers in attendance. Great. And I felt the gaze of each twice over. Galois stood behind me, the weight of his presence equally oppressive. Galea beside me is a human, and it is possible she's consumed the Kuthenthal. I have acknowledged only that this is a possibility. There is no compelling proof. Her presence among you will determine whether these claims are valid. If true, the Kuthenthal, ours, will be studied, exploited, and contained as necessary. Be aware of her as she walks among you and are aware of what she may be. If there is truth in this claim, she is dangerous, unpredictable. You've been made aware. Shalape. Bless you. Freaking elves. I watched the elves below me begin to disperse. I caught the briefest glimpse of a familiar group. Calipoa, Vidane, Laceaga, Heron, and Ernol. So, all my love interests, well, except Calipoa. She's not a love interest, and Julia's not there. But anyway, or so I thought. Oh, you, Mr. Grand General Man. Your grandsons are really hot, but you still suck. It's done. I'm not going to say anything. I said nothing. He walked inside, and with one last look over the emptying courtyard below, I followed him in. You know how I should get even with him? Oh, grandsons? Yeah, all 3 of you. Come here. No, I didn't say anything. What? I didn't say nothing. No. Let's move on. This guy's hot too, but he's not a love interest. Alright, anyway. Upon re-entering the study, I found 3 new elves who hadn't been there before. They looked vaguely familiar. Well, they're elves. Introduce yourselves. Galois had poised himself in the far corner of the room, angry and comfortable, perhaps even brooding. Perhaps it was all getting to my head, something about seeing all these elves below me. I was finally starting to believe I'd won. Saffron Leha, 4th Scout. Chandler Masseros, 4th Scout. Imre Lorgrest, 4th Scout. They are yours to exploit. Begin training immediately. You were all aboard the Bastion, weren't you? That's a ship that Lacey put me on when he kidnapped me and brought me here, for those that missed the beginning. You three are all aboard the Bastion, right? The three of them glanced uncertainly at Galois, as if uncertain how to respond. Galois scoffed. Focus on the matter at hand. You need only concern yourself with your training and containing whatever threat you pose to my people. Galois waved as the study exit. Talking. Yeah. Leave. Okay, bye. You suck. But I'll say hi to your grandsons for you. Wink, wink. Okay, anyway. Once the four of us were in the hallway, they began moving down the hall, only stopping when they realized I wasn't going along with them. What will my training entail exactly? Yeah, what will my training be like? It'll be like getting really annoying messages in the middle of trying to stream. That's what it'll be like. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, okay. You'll familiarize yourself with a weapon of your choice and learn to carry yourself in battle. We'll teach you how to survive in crisis and attune yourself with your body. So you can warn us if you're about to burst. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think I got... I don't think this dialogue I got before either. So things are changing. I'm very scared, though. Because I know you can die in this game, and now things are different. I don't remember some of these scenes. I'm scared. Alright, anyway. I stared at them at a loss for words for a second. Oh, is that all? All this fuss over just that. It'll be no problem at all, then. A sense of humor isn't going to further your training in the least. I'll shut up. Just because you're the hot one doesn't mean you can be annoying. Alright, anyway. Talk all you like, but walk while you're doing it. Oh, God. This is the assassin that tried to kill me in the first part. I'm so happy to see him. There you are. The castle's alight with this confirmed revelation. Saffron, Chandler, and Imre's mood seemed to sour. Mine too! This dude tried to kill me! He sucks! Get him! Come on, scouts, get him. They're not getting him. What do you want, Akarai? An amused look took over his face as he regarded Saffron, and then, to me, his smile widened. I'll look forward to the party this evening. Oh God, there's a party. The party? Oh yes, I just heard about it myself. I'm sure you'll be rushing home to prepare. What party? Ah, out of the loop are we? Pitiable 4th Scouts as we are. Well, the Onyx Chandler is sure to keep the guest list somewhat prestigious. My sympathies. You better get on your way, Nocturna. I was confused as well. She's beginning her training. Oh, it can wait till tomorrow at least. Nocturna, my lady sends her congratulations. She won't be able to attend tonight, but I am in her stead. It has fallen on me to act as her eyes, and I find myself eager to witness your power. You don't mind, do you? You three, I'm sure you can find some way to busy yourselves in the meantime. The scouts weren't happy, but an unspoken rule compelled them to bow out with only a promise of beginning my training the following day. That Akarai had any pull over them made me nervous. Yeah. So if my scouts have to listen to the guy that tried to kill me, that's probably not a good sign, considering they're supposed to be training me. This doesn't seem like it's going to go well. This is not a spoiler. This is a new scene that I didn't get before, so I'm just guessing. Because these guys are supposed to be training me, and this guy already tried to kill me, and apparently they listened to him, so it's not great. If he's going to be keeping an eye on me, I was determined to keep one on him in return. Yeah. I was just talking to a guy who tried to kill me. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Alright. Anyway. Nocturna, back already. I heard something about a celebration. Ah, yes, word travels faster than anticipated, even. I hope you're not upset. I'll reserve judgment until it's better explained. Hi, Hugo. Galloway's, in his typically disingenuous manner, has introduced you, but only to select members of the forces. News wasn't to be contained, of course, even denied from seeing it firsthand. The city is alight with word of you, more than ever before. It was one thing before, just a rumor, now confirmed, real and walking. What Galloway did was deny those outside his control a close look, and the broader we spread your influence, the stronger your connections within Gallia. I get the feeling you had something to do with what that news spreading. Yeah, it's a pretty long story, but it's interesting because it has it has elements of an RPG to it, as well as I don't know, it's got RPG elements, otome. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Otome elements. The whole one girl, a bunch of guys. Which one will she fall in love with? It's got that to it. And it's got the RPG elements, and those are two things that I actually like, romance and RPG. So that's why I decided to look into this. It was actually number 9 on the list of best free dating sims. So, but yeah, if there's anything you want explained, I will try to do my best. So please feel free to ask. I don't mind stopping and explaining for people that might have missed some of the story. I'm fine with that. So if you want to ask me something, go ahead, because I don't mind trying to get people caught up. Because I know this is probably a hard thing to stream, because if you do miss the beginning, you're kind of lost a little bit. But like I said, if you have questions, ask and I will answer them to the best of my ability. So anyway, yeah, okay. So Delia only smiled at me, but I knew what that meant. Come to judgment yet? This one's true in real life, but what am I expected to do? What would be expected of me? Absolutely nothing but your attendance. Enjoy yourself and relax. The atmosphere is one of celebration. Cool. Yeah, I don't mind, because I know that if I was watching something and I happened to miss part of it, I'd be like, wait, what happened? Twilight? What's Twilight? If you're talking about the movie, I hate Twilight movies. I hate them. Okay. Plus, there's no vampires in this story, just elves that look vampiric. Anyway. And the celebration is the Kuthental. And Galloway's begrudged acceptance of the fact. And you, Nocturna. Where did you hear about the party? Ekaray. The guy who tried to kill me. He intercepted my scout's intentions and freed my schedule up. Convenient, isn't it? I frowned. Galloway's assigned 3 scouts to me. They're going to train me, but his phrasing seemed to suggest they were more at my command than the other way around. Is that odd? Delia shook his head. No, I'll have to ask Ernal about it. Confirm some of my suspicions in the matter. I'll let you know. Please do. He took a deep breath and as his face relaxed. Yeah, I hated the Twilight movies. I watched them once just to see why people liked them. I was like, what do people like about this? But as I've probably said before on some of my streams, probably BG3, the vampire rules that I accept as the only vampire rules that should exist in the universe are the ones from White Wolf, World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade. Those rules. All other vampire rules suck. All other vampire mythology sucks. And some of it's okay and tolerable, but the version of vampires in Twilight, I had to force myself to get through that series of movies. I watched it once just so I could figure out what the hell everybody liked about this movie. I mean, okay, yeah, I like hot vampire boys, but I don't really think Robert Patrick's that hot anyway. Gasp, I know. But the point is, I mean, Jamie Campbell Bower, he was in that. He's hot. But, Vecna from Stranger Things. Not that you could tell it was him. But anyway, but yeah, I like the romantic human-looking vampires, but that's about the only similarity Twilight had to the vampires I like. So, None of this sparkling, walking around the day, venom, no premarital sex crap. That just, Twilight just, I hated it. I hated it. Yeah, I never read the books. I just watched the movies because they're always making a big deal out of them. I'm like, well, I watch almost every vampire movie just because I like vampires, but most of them piss me off. So, anyway, but yeah, there was a TV series. I think it was like late 80s, maybe. It was only on for one season, but I absolutely loved it. It was called Kindred the Embraced. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it. You could look it up. But it was a TV show based completely on the Vampire the Masquerade role-playing game. They followed all the rules and everything, and I thought it was the best show ever. But it only lasted one season. So I was very annoyed. Anyway. But, for those of you that don't know, if you look at my channel, I know I'm rambling, but if you look at my channel, there's a link that says my writing. I actually do write as well, and the reason I'm bringing it up is because since like 2006, 2008, somewhere in there, I've been working on a 6-book vampire series. It's like about halfway done right now. I've been having writer's block forever, but it's a vampire series that takes place over 500 years, and it is based entirely in the world of darkness, the Vampire the Masquerade rules, and that world. So if you're into that, and you like Vampire the Masquerade and White Wolf and all that, hey, go read my vampire series. If I get some comments, maybe I'll get inspired to actually get out of freaking writer's block. But anyway, back to your regularly scheduled program. Okay, thanks. Anne Rice, I don't mind. No, Anne Rice, I don't mind. I still like Vampire the Masquerade's rules better, but I don't mind Anne Rice. It's not bad. It's probably the second most tolerable one out of the vampire rules that I can stand. I mean, yeah, I don't mind her. I hated Twilight, but Anne Rice wasn't bad. I loved Interview with the Vampire. I also watched Queen of the Damned, which was okay. But the thing is, I was a Korn fan long before I saw that movie, so it just was totally immersion breaking when he was singing with Jonathan Davis's voice. I'm like, no, that is not Stuart Townsend. That's Jonathan Davis. But yeah, I watched Interview with the Vampire. I loved Interview with the Vampire. Queen of the Damned was okay. And was there another one? I don't know, because they put a series together called Interview with the Vampire. I haven't watched any of that though. It was more recent, but yeah, I don't mind Anne Rice, but still, my preferred is the Vampire the Masquerade, White Wolf, that vampire mythology. But anywho, there's no vampires in this game. Just a bunch of really, really hot animals that look like vampires. But anyway, so I hope you enjoyed tonight, Nocturna. We're not free of entanglements, true, but we're past mere survival. We've begun to conquer. If you say so, dude. I don't feel very conquery yet, but sure. Oh, hi. I want her dress. Her dress is cool. You know what? This is a party, is it not? We should be dressed for a party, shouldn't we? We shouldn't be dressed like this. And normally you can't do this. I'm being a little cheaty here. Normally you have to wait on this part. But since I played this once before, I can do this. I can change into that outfit. There's a part later where you can go get a new outfit. And I got this one in the last game, and it saved it. So I'm going to wear it because I like it way better than what she's wearing now. Because, fashion is the most important thing. When you got weird, strange, purple rays shooting out of your body and you're hearing voices and surrounded by people that want to kill you. Fashion is the most important thing. What? You don't believe me? Well, tough. All right. Hey, look. Now I'm dressed for the party. Much better, isn't it? Okay. Anyway. Yeah, you normally have to wait till later in the game to get another outfit unlocked. But since I played this before, I'm going to take my spoils. And I'm going to embrace it. All right. Anyway, the party had the relaxed atmosphere Juliet promised. It came as a relief, as he'd hoped. I wasn't sure if I welcomed it, but I found myself relaxing. I guess I should save again since we're at the start of the party. Oh, my voice is not going to handle this. My voice is going already. All right. Where, I don't even, what the hell? Where are we? I think that was the last one. I don't know. Stupid European time. I'm an American. Don't make me do math to kill time. All right, anyway. New clothes hype. All right, anyway. But yeah, you normally don't get another outfit unlocked until later, but since I played once, I get to use it now. All right, anyway. Okay, so the party had the relaxed atmosphere Julie promised. It came as a relief, as he'd hoped. I wasn't sure if I welcomed it, but I found myself relaxing. While the elves filling the room weren't few in number, I do like her dress a lot, too. The room wasn't packed. This also came as something of a relief, though it brought about suspicions of its own. I was going to try to go till at least 11, but my goodness, my throat is really hurting, guys. I had a cough drop, I have drinks, but I feel my voice leaving me, which is going to be really interesting if I try to do a 6.5-hour stream of Doki Doki tomorrow, because there's a whole lot of talking in that, too. A whole lot of reading. Me and my damn like of visual novels, especially ones as weird as that one. I mean, this is a little weird too, but nothing I've ever played has been as weird as Doki Doki. I mean, given I don't play horror games, I love horror games, but I don't play them because I suck at them. But horror games can get weird, yes, but Doki Doki is just a whole different kind of weird. I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but all I'll say is it is twisted and absolutely brilliant. If you don't know Doki Doki, yeah, please watch my playthrough of it because it is so good. Even though it's not my first time playing it because I didn't know how good it was going to be, so I didn't do it on stream. If you haven't seen it, it will blow your bloody mind. It is so good. But anyway, stupid messages, go away. We don't care. All right, anyway. Yes, I know. I'm trying to take breaths, but it doesn't really work. Because I gotta keep talking. All right. So anyway. All right. Julia had, after all, made it seem like a great many were eager to see me, to see the Kuthental at least. And yet, I had only caught a few curious stares, and they typically didn't linger. It was all very polite. The whole gentility of it all. How often do you use the word gentility? Come on. Of it all was something I'd become very unused to since my time in Gallia. As Julia had said, it seemed like I was transcending mere survival. I'm transcending. Oh. But I was unsure if I should indulge such thoughts. Comfort a danger, and I doubted I was any safer now than I was the first day I drank the Kuthental. How wise was I to entertain vanities and arrogance? And why is her eyes going wacko? Anyway, with an exhale, I breathed in the music, the smell of wine, the gentle laughter, and took a look around. Speaking of looks, this is what the dress looks like when I'm not blocking it with my arms. Isn't it pretty? Okay, anyway. Lacey was in attendance. Lacey. To my surprise, as well as Vidane. You guys haven't met Vidane yet in this stream, huh? He was in the first stream. He's a real sweetheart, though. He's a sweetheart. Anyway, Julia was in a conversation with a guest. I didn't recognize who seemed, well, livid. Julia enjoyed tension, I decided. Ernal was standing near his brother, Heron, laughing. Skylar was brooding, and I found myself a little bit perplexed in wondering if this was her usual party demeanor. Stop making your eyes go weird. Ekray limped about. At least, I'd caught a glimpse of him early on, though I couldn't see where he was at the moment. Oh, great, my assassin. I've missed him so much. Julia had promised to throw him out once the party was over, promptly. Commander Calipoa, that's Heron, Ernal, Vidane's cousin, Calipoa, the commander. Alright, spoke loudly enough that I could hear her from across the room. Though her words were in Gellian language, I gathered from her tone that she'd been telling a joke. Why would you do that? Chat with someone friendly. And so I ventured toward... I guess we'll talk to Calipoa first. He's a hottie too. I don't know who the hell he is though. He's not a love interest person. Anyway, Commander. Nocturna. She was standing next to another elf who looked considerably less at ease than she. I'm proud of you, Nocturna. You are? Yes, I'll tell you. I saw another human called to my grandfather's office before, and he fainted a step in the door. You thought I would faint? Not really, but I thought it enough a possibility to place a small bet on it. Wonderful. I stared at her. In jest. Her sense of humor leaves a lot to be desired. I'm glad I lost the bet, Nocturna. I'll tell you who else is. That Vidane. The love interest you guys haven't met yet in this stream. Anyway. I'd let you get killed after... If I'd let you get killed after all this, well, it would have been less cruel to give him a sick kitten back on the bastion. Jeez. Aww. Dulier is also thankful. I can call him Dulier now. Onyx Chandler. Did you notice that? I'm going elsewhere, Calipoa. She scoffed. I'm glad you're still with us, Nocturna. It's been fun watching all the chaos around you. She's chaotic neutral, guys! Or maybe chaotic good. I think she's chaotic neutral. Sorry, wrong game. Nothing's ever fun when it stays the same, Yeah, chaotic neutral. Okay. Anyway. Are you drunk? Well, yeah, things staying the same is boring, so I guess I'll agree with that one. I agree, well said. She nodded in satisfaction. When you've mastered your mysterious power, you and me, we should go on an adventure. An adventure? Is this not an adventure? More for you than me. How about down south? Find some of the big dragons. The big... You haven't heard of them? Dragons the size of mountains. Better leave it all as a surprise for when we go. You galleons sure like to tease with information. Go on, I shouldn't keep you. Besides, I'm going to get into a little mischief, and you're too dangerous to have around with that Kuthental of yours. Okay. So that's Calipoa, everybody. Chat with someone friendly. Alright, we'll talk to Heron. We'll save Vidane since you guys haven't met him yet. So we'll go talk to Heron. Hello, sir. You're standing awfully close to me. Hi. You know who he reminds me of? Flashbacks to the 900 hours of torture I put myself through playing Dead by Daylight. You know who he looks like? You know, with less blood and less yellow eyes and less trying to murder me. But anyway, Heron was grinning when he pulled me away from the others. His eyes were bright and dancing, so happy that you would think that he was the one who had escaped death. I take it you're enjoying yourself. Go up. If you don't know Dead by Daylight, look up Trickster. Dead by Daylight. He is yummy. Yummy. Alright, anyway, you are amazing, Madrele. I laughed at the sincerity of his voice. However much I distrusted these elves, Heron's appreciation of me, at least certain parts of me, I never doubted. What now? Wait, what? Rewind. What? Certain parts of me? Me and Heron gotten closer without me knowing? Wow, okay. Yeah. Let's move on. And the beauty of it all, the most surprising and indeed the most extraordinary thing. Did I mention he's the flirtiest one? It wasn't the Kuthental at all. It's almost as if he stared at me, lost for words, expression speaking volumes. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I simply think you are wonderful. Madrele. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding. I'd never known anyone nearly so complimentary, so unabashedly adoring, and I wasn't quite sure how I wanted to handle him. I need a drink after that phrasing. So guys, how are you? Feel free to get your own drink. Let's move on. You and that word. How much have you to drink? You think I'm amazing, I understand. You and that word. You and that word, Heron. It suits you. You are light. He told us before that Madrele means something like shining light. And the name of the game is Ebon Light. And Ebon means black or dark. So, anyway, you are a light shining brighter than I could have imagined. The dark isle of mine only frames it perfectly. This dark isle of mine. Dude, man. You know I have to decide between 5 of you. Okay, anyway. Yes, Heron is, yeah, he makes it kind of hard to ignore the whole romance aspect of the game because he is very, very flirty. I'm so glad, though you may not have wished for any of this, I'm so glad that you're here. That you are here. I shook my head and wondered if he'd been drinking. He was usually a little less exuberant. Truly likening yourself to this island, aren't you, Madrele? Exchanging blows with Laceaga in a public arena took some backbone. You know, if you want to learn how to hold a short sword, I could teach you. There's no double meanings. There's no double meanings. None. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Y'all got dirty, dirty minds or something. Something. Alright, yeah. Let's move on from Heron's short sword that he wants to teach me how to hold. I laughed. I was... I guess we'll go with flattered, although this is probably more accurate. Guess we'll go with flattered. I grinned at him, assuming something of a coy posture. I can't say I mind having someone so adoring on hand. It's the dress, guys, it's the dress. I can't say that I mind that the Kuthental chose such a beautiful woman. Well then! You are very subtle, Aaron. Very subtle. But yeah, somebody... I posted on Twitter earlier saying I wasn't sure what I should play tonight. And somebody responded, you should play something with some romance in it. Well, I brought Heron to this game just for you. Here he is. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, you can have a romance with all 5 of the guys, but it's like the most in your face. That was bad phrasing as well. But yeah, it's the most obvious with Heron that there is romance in this game because he's very, very flirty. It's a hard choice, guys. It is a really hard choice. There's a little more to me than that, you know. As I hope to find, Madrele. Wait, let's go back a little bit. Yes, okay, so that's where you said the beautiful one part. Just had to make sure. Alright, okay. As I hope to find, Madrele. Enjoy your celebration. Yeah. Okay, Aaron. Flustered. Flustered was definitely more accurate. So, you guys want to meet Vidane? The 5th guy? Let's go talk to him. And he's got a couple of girls with him. Alright. Vidane was talking with a pair of twins. The closer I got, the more I realized the twins also looked a great deal like Vidane. I guessed at first that they were siblings, but recalling how strangely elves aged, they could have been anyone to him. Alright. Daughters, even. Yeah, they said earlier, I think, that Vidane is 60? You know, elves and their weird aging. Hello, Vidane. It's so good to see you, Nocturna. I actually saw the Grand General's introduction firsthand. I couldn't believe my eyes. The twins looked between me and Vidane twice before settling their gaze on him with expectation. I found myself smiling awkwardly. Okay. Alright then. Alright. Quinladel. I think that's this one? Vidane, aren't you going to introduce us? Oh, sorry, Nocturna. These are my sisters, Quinladel and Rasanya? Oh my god, these elves and their names. Oh, sisters. I was wondering if they were your daughters. Oh, how terrifying. Rasanya. We're not nearly tender-hearted enough for that. You must have a big family. Your relatives are everywhere. Yeah, literally. Like half the cast, just last name Millerose. Our extended family, yes. But Vidane, my twin, and our little sister are all there is of us siblings. None of us have had children of our own yet. A fairly small family for an elf. Really, because to hear Lacey tell it... Vidane snorted and shook his head. He'll say whatever suits him. It doesn't need to be true. Are you two both scouts as well? No, we're healers. In training. Healers in training. We've nearly completed our training. Younger sisters, then. The twins nodded. So 3 little sisters, Vidane. Sounds about right. Yeah. He definitely seems like the type that has 3 little sisters. Oh, jeez. What does that mean? I shrugged innocently. Well, he sighed and switched subjects. I wouldn't suggest your troubles are all behind you, but you've come a long way. I'm very impressed. We are as well. Vidane's mentioned the perils of your situation. I'm excited to learn more about the Kuthental. If you find yourself wanting the opinions of healers, we'd be glad to assist. I caught sight of Vidane rolling his eyes. Anyway, Nocturna, how are you feeling? Isn't that just like him? I'm not sure I've got a full grasp of the situation yet, but relieved, I guess? All 3 nodded. Oh boy. Do you see why it's going to be such a hard choice, guys? It's going to be a very hard choice. Okay, anyway. Yes, of course, anyone would be, like I said, still not out of the fire, but I guess the odds have shifted. Though I'm certainly not clever enough to tell more than that. Maybe we could help. Study your body. Nocturna, come look at this painting. I followed him, fully aware he was simply fleeing his sisters, who also seemed fully aware of the fact. Sorry about them. Don't worry. Don't worry, Vidane. He smiled. Listen, I wanted to tell you, well, I'm sure you knew I had some extreme reservations about Laceaga taking you under his rotten wing and dancing to the tune of Gallia's demise in public. By the way, a little bit of background. Him and Laceaga are both first scouts. They're partners. I think there was something... I'm not sure if it's been mentioned yet, so I won't talk about it. But yeah, these two are partners in the their military. They're both like the highest level of scout, but they're partners, and they don't like each other very much. Just saying, they don't like each other very much. I stared at him, surely looking a little surprised. Such poetry, Vidane. He blew a defiant exhale sharply out of his nose. It worked. I'm glad it worked. It's a party, though, and in Julier's house, where I'm confident he frowns on dueling, so... Congratulations, Nocturna. Justice may be found in Gallia after all. Alright. Don't think there's anybody else to talk to. No. So I guess we'll have a seat. Or just stand. Most of the house in attendance were standing about in conversation, which left a number of the soft chairs lining the walls mercifully available and welcoming. Thinking I'd be able to shrink into a corner and be forgotten proved far too optimistic. Oh god. Mr. Assassin Man's back. And so we meet again, Nocturna. Evidently retreating to a wall proved I was vulnerable, beckoning the hounds. We've never been formally introduced. He bowed deeply. Ecre Filet. Isn't that rhymey? I found myself locked in silence, unsure of what to do. It must have been apparent on my face because he laughed. Relax, you've been through an exhausting trial and you need your rest. After all, it wouldn't do to have you at half strength. I feel quite rested, actually. Nothing to fear, then. I feel well rested and quite alert. Good to hear. There is much doubt of your ability to withstand all our expectations. But even were you the strongest warrior among us, you'd no doubt fail to meet the vast majority of our expectations anyway. Sweetheart. Sorry, my desk lamp is blinking like the bulb's about to go out. It's very annoying. It's distracting. Okay, anyway. Ah, it's still doing it. I don't think I have another bulb for it. Sorry. I know, I broke everybody's immersion talking about my damn desk lamp being stupid. Alright, anyway. Moving on. He had contradictory and uncomfortable things to say, it seemed. Is Dilio asking you anything of you here? Like, what? What do you mean? I mean, has he asked you to do anything yet? What exactly are you asking? I mean, Heron wanted to teach me how to handle a short sword. What? I frowned at the elf, who was not the least bit shy about his unseemly and suspicious behavior. My frown was evidently what he sought, as he smiled even before I spoke. He asked me to come to the party, if that's what you mean. Do you think that's what I mean? I frowned again. I should return to my duties. He returned abruptly. Wasn't he here to watch me? I narrowed my gaze as the elf left. Hi, Juliet. Thank you for coming, Nocturna. What do you mean? I'm living here. Anyway. The voice from behind came as a surprise. I spun around and gave him an unimpressed look. Nevertheless, his pleasant composure persisted. I looked past him at the elf who he'd been talking to and found him staring at us with an annoyed expression. What did you say to him? Juliet turned to look behind him briefly, returning his gaze, and smiled to me afterwards. Nothing at all. I was a touch rude, I suppose, but it is my house, and thus those little luxuries afforded to me. If there's anyone you wish to be introduced to, let me know. Many would be thrilled to have a chance to speak with you. Those who would not will instead thrill me as they squirm. Well, okay then. You looked refreshed. It's heartening to see. From here on out, darling, we are making decisions from a position of power. You are no longer hidden. He took my hand before I had a chance to protest and lifted it in the air. May we be bold. A chorus of elves shouting, that. The second time in 2 days, a bunch of elves shouted a word I didn't know at me. Nevertheless, I had a feeling I could agree with the sentiment. I was going to let myself relax, even if this sense of victory was a lie. I was determined to enjoy whatever I could. And transition. Which means time to save. Alright. Anyway, let's move on back to this. Ugh. I'd been training with my team for a month. Damn, that was a quick month. Why am I back in this outfit? No, because I guess I wasn't supposed to be at that other one yet. They were patient with me, the way people who were ordered to be patient were. I'd grown popular. I was recognized when walking the streets, eyes lingering not because I was human, but because I was the human. Though they'd been teaching me to use weapons, it was all secondary to my progression with the Kuthental. My physical training was simply a practice and discipline. I'd come to understand that the real power was meant to come from this mystery within me. Yeah, I don't remember what I picked here either. So, yeah. I guess we'll say this. Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but I guess I get to decide. I was able to summon the Kuthental. I was able to summon it now with more reliability. 9 times out of 10, I could at least bring about a momentary haze. It felt simply like asking the thing within me for its help. Sometimes I had to demand, and sometimes it still refused. But usually I had my way. Yeah. The balance of power. Shifting. Dulé was utterly pleased. He had acquired something priceless and accomplished something that was no small feat amongst his peers. His peers. He was very, very aware of their admiration for him. Frequently I'd come from my room to find Dulé talking to someone. The subject, vanity aside, was usually myself. It was getting to the point where I found it difficult not to assume everyone was talking about me. Perhaps I was becoming a bit vain. And I was a bit paranoid already before all this. But only a bit. Are you guys commenting on my traits? What are my traits right now? So, my highest ones are, it looks like curiosity and cunning, followed by charity, charm, and tenacity, and might. Then amity, daring, grip, desire, Delton, vice, still low. Yeah, your traits actually do make a difference in some parts, like the part where I accidentally died once. Anyway, yeah. Julia's conversations would typically go something like, why, yes, she does sometimes glow. No, I don't think that's appropriate, but I'll give it some thought, as we'll see if we can work something out. It seemed very much like he was bartering and selling my time or bits of me, but rarely did he ever actually bring requests to me. The last thing he'd asked me to do was present a Kuthental haze to a group of soldiers. They all came to Julia's estate, lined up in the hall, and waited for me in silence. When it was done, Julia thanked me and took all the soldiers into another room. That was that. Relatively painless, quite suspicious, as always. Alright, and we got another transition. Good morning. Oh, hi, Ernal. Didn't expect to see you. It's like, hey, you've been here a while. Alright, morning, Nocturna. You're over early. Yeah, I was escorting someone here. That sounds gossip-worthy, or maybe alarming. He sighed. Involving you, of course. Ah. Sorry to cause you trouble. Sorry for adding extra work to your schedule, Ernal. It's not you, it's him. Ernal's bitterness was skin deep, I could tell. I'd been around him and Dulier enough times by then to understand how it worked. Dulier would ask something of Ernal, who would inevitably agree. Some vague promise of repayment would be agreed to, never, near as I could tell, to be spoken of again. You know, one day, you're going to ask for something big. That's right. He frowned at me briefly. I can't wait to see his face when I do, too. Lacey and Vidane came by from time to time, Vidane to check up on me, still as concerned as ever. For Lacey's part, he had some dealings with Dulier, which much is how all this had started, it seemed. Only now Lacey seemed to find me interesting, in a way he hadn't before. Really now. My survival apparently had impressed him greatly. Well, I impressed Lacey. That's a win in itself. Okay. Considering he's so darn friendly. But so darn hot. I mean, what? Heron and Juliet didn't get along well. As had been made very clear to me, it got to the point that Juliet forbade him from the estate, and so then Heron came through the garden and knocked on my door all hours of the night. What? Heron's coming to my room at night? Are we missing the good parts? What? Is he coming to my room in the middle of the night to show me how to handle a short sword? What is going on? I mean, what? I didn't say anything. It is the blonde girl. She said it. It's all her. Alright, anyway. Okay. Apologetically, of course, he'd wake me up and then insist it was the only way he could see me, yet he had to see me. Really now, Heron. I mean, what? Okay, Juliet rented after I complained, though I suspected Ernal had something to do with that. He was always about. I wondered why he didn't just move in. And indeed, some nights Ernal stayed over. What? Getting both the brothers? What? Is this the short version? I'm missing these parts with the brothers staying over or sneaking into my room in the middle of the night and is sword play at foot. What is going on? Game, you're skipping parts. Alright, anyway. Okay. Some nights Ernal stayed over. He was thawing, slowly, but nevertheless. Okay. Sorry, guys. Am I adding a little too much subtext to this? I can't help it, though. They're really hot. Okay, moving on. I had plans for the day. No parties to attend, alliances to forge. No generals to intimidate. I wanted to walk the city. I still wasn't used to staying indoors very long. Well, that's not like me in real life. I never leave the house. I don't like it out there. I mean, I have to go out to the bus stop, we put the housemate's kid on the bus and get her off the bus, but I still hate leaving the house. Yeah. There's bugs and noise and people out there. Bleh. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. And as it would happen, I had someone to keep me company, as well as a little stipend from Juliet. Okay, so this is interesting. I think I know what scene is next, but I thought that I had to choose who to go with. But it looks like it's just automatically Ernal. I don't remember. But I thought every time I left the house, I usually chose one of them to go with. Because when I played the first time, I would pick a different one every time. So just I get to know each of them a little bit. And I thought that this was one of the times I had to pick somebody. But it looks like Ernal is just here. I don't know, maybe I still have to pick. We'll see. Anyway. Sorry, hit my mic. It happens sometimes, guys. Alright, anyway. Moving on. Alright. Sorry, adjusting my headset again. Alright, moving on. Oh, okay. So, I do get to pick. Alright. That's what I thought. I was like, wait, Alright. So, I do have to pick. Damn. I don't know. Any opinions? I know when I did this before, like I said, I was just going through and picking a different one each time. So last time I went out with Lacey, Now, the last time I did this part, I ended up going with Ernal. Since we already had an outing with Lacey, you know, fun, blood-filled outing, I'm kind of leaning towards Vidane or Heron. Because Vidane is like a super sweetheart, and Heron is super flirty, and has apparently been sneaking into my room every night to chat with me, or I don't know. Those are the ones I'm curious to get more information on right now. Because, yeah, I did pick Ernal when I played this the first time, so I know how it goes with Ernal, so I kind of have that information already. But, which I guess isn't fair to you guys in case you guys wanted me to pick Ernal. But I'm leaning between Vidane and Heron. I see Julia all the damn time, and I'm not. He's like probably the one I'm the least interested in out of all the guys. He's fine, but I'm not really that into him. The sweetheart or the flirty boy? I don't know, man. I kind of feel like we don't really have a lot of encounters with Vidane. Because Heron and Ernal show up a lot at Julia's house. I'm very curious how things would go with Heron because he is very flirty. But I feel like we don't really get a lot of time with Vidane. I don't know. I mean, I want to go with either Vidane or Heron. But I think that overall we do get more time with Heron. So, so many decisions, and this isn't the final decision. Jeez. I already lost somebody. Like, now she's taking forever to decide. I'm leaving. All right. I guess we'll go with... I guess we'll go with Vidane. There's a knock at the front door. Hello. When I opened it, there was Vidane, breathless. Are you all right? See, now this is completely new territory for me. Because, as I said, I took Ernal the last time I played this. So, I don't know what's going to happen now, guys. I could die at any moment. He put on a quick smile, and my concern melted into confusion. Sorry. He shook his head, catching his breath at an unfairly fast pace. Every now and then I felt pangs of envy watching the elves around me, each effortlessly recovering in disgusting displays of grace and endurance. Long dash over. Dash? What in Calier had you running? Well, it's not important. Are you ready? That's really strange for him. That's weird for him. Like I said, I haven't seen any of this part before, because I didn't pick him in my other run. But that is very strange for him. This dismissiveness. Because he's probably the least dismissive and the most caring out of all the guys. Or at least he seemed that way so far. So that's really a strange reaction for him. Yes, I'm dissecting things, I know. But that's what I do. I'm a writer. So, he's being very dismissive, which is very strange. Vidane? What's going on? He sighed. Last minute change of schedule. Does that happen often? He sighed again. Often enough. He hesitated another moment, then smiled sideways, a whole smug smile. Though, to be perfectly honest, I suspect someone had something to do with this particular schedule change. Oh? I'll let you guess. But he couldn't be serious. How childish. Lacey? He laughed bitterly. Difficult to believe he has that much time on his hands, isn't it? Well, I'm all yours now, shall we? What? Lacey? What? So, was he saying that Lacey was trying to keep Vidane from coming and spending time with me? Or am I misreading this? That's definitely weird if that's the case. But also, I don't remember getting that thing about Lacey is interested and he respects you now. Yeah, things are definitely changing from my other playthrough, so I'm kind of caught off guard here, because I'm getting things I haven't gotten before, and I'm like, oh my god, what does it mean? And I'm very paranoid, too, because I know I can die in this game. But, yeah. Katie is on the other side of the city. It'll be a bit of a walk. That's alright. Good to stretch the legs. Back home, I used to walk from sunup to sundown, looking for food. Huh. I've had a few of those days myself. You have? Scouting, yeah. Provisions start to run low, and it's better to supplement the dried food with fresh food if you can. Then there are the occasions where provisions have completely run dry. You must have a lot of stories. He smiled, a little grim. Sorry? Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. No, you're not. I've seen a lot of the world, a lot more than most. I'm not the best storyteller, but one time we'll sit around and I'll try my best. I like that. I like that. I would too, I think. He's being a little sketchy. Katie is pretty well known for her business. That's who we're going to see. The clothes peddler? See, this is where you normally get the outfit. But I think I can pick another one this time. I'm not sure, though. He nodded. She's a bit of an odd one, but most of the kept are. Slang for non-force. Ha! That's perfect. You think so? Yes, the non-forces of the islanders' soft-palmed wives. It's an amusing thought. Really, I heard someone say it about you. You did? Yeah. But I have Saffron, Imre, and Chandler. I know, you could easily make the argument that you were among the forces if you wanted. They're just starting to get restless. They know the Kuthantal is here now and are eager to see it put to use, to fight battles alongside them. The pressure is only going to get worse. He gave me a sympathetic look. We're going to have to find a solution before it gets worse. Any ideas? Any ideas how to handle that? Short of leaving and never looking back? There was a harshness in his tone that was a little unsettling. Yeah, he's acting a little strange. But what about you? But what about you? Me? Now he's surprised. I'm a lost cause, Nocturna. What? No, you're not. No, Vadane, that isn't true. You might have shackles, but you're also the one who went out of his way to make everything as comfortable for me as possible. And for what? After my people abducted you and my family tried to have you killed? Really, the least I could do, don't you think? Vadane, I took hold of his hand. Just listen. You're better than you think you are. There was a long pause. You're coping okay with everything? What else to be expected? More or less. As well as I can, I think. It's definitely a change. He nodded. This is Kadia's shop. This is another transition. You should save your game. Alright, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's acting a little strange. Because usually he's all, like, fussing over me, and he's all, like, concerned, and, like, oh my, are you okay? And he's acting a little weird today. Yeah. Anyway, this is Acadia's shop. He waved at one of the small shops lining the area, each seeming out of the way, and, when compared to some of the shops we'd already passed, quite humble. My light is still blinking and annoying me. But anyway, yeah, so, she imports a large collection of styles, I hear, invests most of her money outside of Gallia. Can sometimes talk. I'm sure she'll have something you'd like. He smiled at me as he held open the door. Oh my god, this light. Have you ever had, like, a light that looks like it's about to go out? It just keeps blinking and being annoying. It's, ugh. Alright, anyway, I feel like I'm in a disco. Yeah, sure. A rave? Something. Alright, anyway. Cadia, not chick. Well, not every day a human comes scraping in here. Don't worry, I won't bite. See, they're not vampires. Which one of you is looking for something today? Vadane and I exchange a look. I am? Oh, exciting. The human. Let's have a look at you. She got close, quickly, suddenly, and very close. I mean, she's a vampire. Send Vadane a pleading look. Lost for a solution, I found myself giving Vadane pleading eyes. And as promptly as ever, he rescued me. Pulling me further behind him away from Cadia, he steadied a glare on her. Cadia, she's not used to that, okay? Give her a little room. We have a while. There isn't any rush. Cadia sighed. Well, you're not in a rush, but alright. No getting close. No getting accurate measurements. Right through here. Alright, so this is where I think you can pick another outfit. This one... I know it's similar to the blue one, but, I would like it except for, like, the yellow and orangish part. If it was just strictly red. Definitely do not like yellow. I hate yellow. This one, I like a lot. But it does look a lot like the one I already have. You have this already. I don't know why that... Music just went weird for a second. These things. Oh no. They're okay, I suppose. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire. Alright, Lalari. Don't really like those that much. And these ones up here. What? I wish I could like spin her around and move stuff around so I could get a better look. But yeah, this is the style I like the best, these ones. But since I already have this one right here, I'm thinking maybe one of these ones just to be different. I do like purple, but this looks kind of like a flat version of purple. I'd like a more vibrant purple, but... So, does this look black or blue to you guys? Is it like... The pink, it's a bit bold, but... And the white is just too... I belong in a statue for Greek art. I don't know. What do you think? The pink one, maybe? Just so I can stand out from all the darkness. I do. Jeez, what? What was that? I scrolled. I don't. I guess I hit page up. What? That was weird. Okay. What is this? I don't know if this is down here. Oh. It's just my money, I guess. I guess we'll get this one. I don't know. Just because I already have one of the other... Why does the music keep cutting out? That's freaking me out. Keep thinking the game's about to die on me. But anyway, I guess we'll get this one. Just because. There, I have a new outfit. Yay! So let's save. Since the music is acting strange, I want to save before something weird happens. Yes, I've been playing a lot of Doki Doki. I'm expecting weird things to happen every 2 seconds. Alright, sorry, was that a spoiler? Weird stuff happens in Doki Doki. I'm sorry, I've ruined the entire game for you. Alright, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of Greek goddessy, but I already have the blue one, so I didn't want to get just another version of that. You're back. Interesting choice, Nocturna. What do you think? He looked uncomfortable. What is it? I began to feel a little self-conscious. Nothing. You look nice, really. Nice. Oh, real convincing, Vidane. He sighed. My mother is Leorian. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, it had different things. Like, one of them was Galilean. I guess this one's Leorian. I wasn't even looking at that stuff. But anyway, so you don't like this outfit? Okay. And... New Codex, Leor. Wow, I'm getting new stuff, even though I've done this once before. Leor, where? People? Places. Across the Great Pillar Ocean, a young elven kingdom calling itself Leor was founded in 993 V. That's like, it's like 1031 V in the game or something. A splinter of the Raval Empire, Leor struggled to ground itself in spite of Raval resistance. Raval does not recognize Leor's sovereignty, and aggressively seeks to bring the denizens of Leor back into the fold. The people of Leor are optimistic, hardworking, and brave. The new monarchy of Leor has instilled exceptionally high morale in a population derived mostly of Raval's most abused. The stand against Raval, the people of Leor have been forced to grow crafty and cunning, so far to the point that it seems that Leorian people have just as many secrets as the Raval itself. Goodness, this music keeps cutting out. Each day, with a tentative hold on their new kingdom, they fight to maintain their independence. That's weird. I wasn't expecting him to some random reaction to the outfit I picked. But like I said, I didn't have him with me last time I did this part. So this is new and different. Alright. And they're at war with Raval. Though she has dresses like that, they're closely related. It's just strange to see you in Raval attire. A bit confusing. But you look beautiful. Shall we? Okay. So now am I gonna get attacked because I'm dressed like somebody who's at war with somebody else? I need to know these things. Alright, so here we are at the docks. This is where Ekare tried to kill me. Just an FYI, in case you missed that in the first part. It was at the docks when he tried to kill me. Nice, eh? So I guess I should save again since we're technically at a transition. Alright. We found our way to the docks and it's raining again. It had started... Plot twist, we've been in Seattle this entire time. It's all one big joke. Alright, anyway, we found our way to the docks. It started raining at some point, but my time here has taught me that a little rain hardly meant a bad weather day. I don't know. I like it here. The only port we have. The door to the rest of the world. I smiled at him. He was staring out over the horizon, and I thought... Don't make me make these decisions. I didn't think it was time to make this decision yet. We're still pretty early in the game. I'm still not sure if I want him to be the final choice. And he's been acting really strange today. Like, way stranger than he normally acts. Obviously. Stranger than normal. But, yeah. He's been acting a little odd today. So... I don't know. It's like... The second and third one seem kind of like writing him off. And I don't want to do that. But I don't want to like be like, oh, I'm in love. Because we're very early in the game still. And this, I didn't think this was the part where you had to pick. Because obviously when you have to pick the final guy, you get all the choices. Not just how will you act around this guy. But, yeah, I don't want to pick 2 and 3, but I'm kind of afraid to pick 1. Ugh, such decisions. I can't handle it. I know if anybody here follows me on Twitter, when I played this the first time, I posted about having to make the final decision, and it literally took me like 2 hours to decide who to pick. I guess we'll go with the first one, because I don't want to say 2 or 3. Because this seems like it's a bad one, and this seems like it's kind of closing him out of the romance options. I guess being closer to him might mean him explaining to me why he's been acting so weird today. I guess I wanted to be closer to him. I wanted to be closer. I wanted him to depend on me the way I had come to depend on him. If there's anything I can do for you... Vidane, if there's ever anything I can do... What do you mean? For you. For all you've done for me. Surely there must be something. Oh, Nocturna, you don't owe me anything. Not owed. Not because it's owed, but because I want to help you. Silence fell between us. Thank you, Nocturna, but... A small, dark, lonely look crept across his face. Don't worry about me. Focus on getting free of the madness of this place. Everything went weird. Time to save again. Because it's been 3 seconds. Alright. A loud noise began to ring out from somewhere behind us, and instantly my head was full of screaming echoes. I couldn't think. I could only claw at my ears as I fell to the ground. But the clawing did nothing, and it was not long before I was paralyzed, helpless, consumed by the echoes. So this shopping trip has went awry. Things have gotten a little strange around here. Okay, everything's fine. Return your seats to an upright position. Yeah. I thought it would never end. Yet I found myself opening my eyes, and before me, the docks aflame. Yay. This is not great. Fire everywhere. In the sky, and smoke on the water. Sorry, okay. Anyway, Vidane was next to me, holding his own head. His face was contorted in pain, but he kept his gaze on me. Nocturna, stay down. And then, disregarding his own directions, he began to stand. Stop him. I reached out and gripped him before he could stand, and though my grip was weak and shaking, he did not resist. He stayed near me, and was reaching to put an arm around me when the second sound rang out. Both our bodies tightened in response, the noise so overwhelming and unbearable, we seemed to have no control over our muscles tensing. Anavat! Did I mention you can die in this game? I'm very scared, because this is... Yes, in my first playthrough, some weird stuff happened at the dock, but this seems to be different. A little bit. Anyway. I heard a man call out, and with it I felt Vidane move beside me. Then a hand rested carefully on my shoulder, and I looked to see Vidane, blood trickling down his ears. He brought his face near mine. We have to go. His voice shook with intensity, uncertainty, pain. I found myself impressed he could talk at all, hard as it was to even listen. Come on, we'll get out of this. Come on. Ah, we have blood all over us. Somehow I made it to my feet, and only then did it seem at all bearable. The echo was still there, but with each movement I was freeing myself of it. This dress is cursed! We headed to Julier's estate. Okay. I was worried there for a second, because it played out a little differently than my first run. I'm so paranoid with this game. Because when I died in my first run, I was like, I can die? I did not know that I could die in this game. And now that I do, I'm like, everything is like, is this the right thing to do? Alright, anyway. Just sit. Vidane. I was interrupted by coughs. The smoke and fire had poisoned my lungs. Just breathe. My lungs burned, but the ringing had stopped in my ears, and as I caught my breath, I began to take stock of the situation. Or put forth my best attempt. Vidane had put his hands over his ears, the hair about the sides of his face matting with blood. I was in disbelief. There had been a moment, a short eternity, where I felt like I would never escape the sound. I still heard it echoing maddeningly. And yet, we both made it back to Julia's estate, where we were both alive. For now! Anyway, what happened? I don't know. Are you alright? Vidane, you're bleeding. He nodded. So are you. That was him. Alright. He touched his ears and briefly his eyes grew distant in the assessment. Are yours sensitive, but the ringing stopped? He gave a relieved sigh. Good, we'll be alright. Hard to believe. But why should it be? Everything else had been so bizarre. Why not this too? And then it struck me, the Kuthental, something that should have been obvious, and still, there I was, acting confused and oblivious. Vidane took a hold of my shoulder. Don't assume... What else could it be? Nocturna, we can't be certain of anything. The Kuthental is now doing as it pleased. I had no control, no awareness, no authority. A vessel, bringing with her wanton destruction, and had no concern for my safety either. I felt the strength in my knees weaken. What have I done? What have I done? The terrible noise. Nocturna. Oh my. He wrapped his arms around me and softly into my ear he told me again to breathe. Okay. Alright then. We don't know what that was. It might have been the Kuthental, yes, but that doesn't mean it will happen again. We just don't know what it means. The damage wasn't as bad as it seemed. The docks will be repaired soon. And since you're still here, there's time to get control. I could tell he's desperate to comfort me, desperate to ease the burden, distract me from it. The room's got a little purpley hazy. Purple haze all up in my brain. Let's go back again. What did you just say? Tell he was... And since you're still here, there's still time to get control. I could tell he's desperate to comfort me, desperate to ease the burden, distract me from it. Stay as you are. I had nothing to say, but took what comfort his arms offered gratefully. As nightmarish as this all was, at least there was someone with me who would hold me as I fell apart. Well then, that was calm and pleasant. So yeah, and apparently my character thinks that she somehow did that, or the thing inside her did. The stuff inside her, the Kuthenchal or whatever. It's all still all hazy and purple. Alright, so it was a while longer before others showed up. First, Julia opened the door. He was delicate about it, looking at the two of us in careful assessment. Eventually, all my allies had assembled, which seemed strange to me given what had just happened. Surely they had better places to be, families or duties to attend. I was not the only one to think it strange. Oh, jeez. They're all here. Alright, 1 second. I gotta grab something. But yeah, enjoy the view, guys. I just gotta go grab stuff from here. Alright. Anyway, yeah. So, I'm actually gonna make a quick trip to the bathroom before, I continue. But hey, we're on some very pretty view here. So, enjoy it, won't you? I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, so I was also had to take a quick glance in the drawer to see if I could find another bulb for this light that is blinking, and it's not. There is no replacement for it, so I just have to deal with the stupid annoying blinky light. Okay, anyway, back to the story, because everything's fine and perfect and peachy, and I almost blew up Vaden's head as well as my own. It's great. Everything's fine. Okay then. Shall we move on? All right. I would have called you all if all of you were necessary. And just think, Heron, I was 2 seconds away from having your head explode instead. Okay. Because I was trying to decide between Vidane and Heron. Would you? Our fate is tied up in hers, Julia. You know what's going on. Going to happen now. We don't know who or what is at fault. Even if this was the doing of the Kuthental, that doesn't mean the blame falls on Nocturna. Oh, really? And is no one going to address this purple? Indeed, we should be very careful to clarify that if there is a fault, it is the Kuthental's, not Nocturna's. She didn't do anything. We should not assume anything when we know as little as we do. Unfortunately, most will draw the conclusion that she's responsible, and Galoyaz... Vidane's face went sour as a quiet hiss escaped him. He seems to be a fan of his grandfather. Arnold and Heron's expressions both contorted to match an apprehension. Yeah, for those of you that may not have noticed or missed it, Heron, Vidane, and Ernal. Ernal and Heron are brothers. Vidane is their cousin. Galoyaz, the Grand General who wanted me dead, he's their grandfather. Just to get a perspective on the lovely family we have going on. And he's like one of the top people in the army that their grandfather runs. And he's just some wealthy aristocrat who, thinks he runs things. Anyway, I expect he's already sent someone for her any minute now. Julie. What? The room is... I know. Nocturna? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Lacey's eyes shifted to the door, narrowing in suspicion. Nocturna, are you alright? His favorite question. Are you? Are you? He stared at me wide-eyed, almost horrified that my concern may be for him. I'm fine. I'll be fine. Are you all right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. He sighed. Of course not. We'll sort it out. We'll hear what Galvez has to say and decide what to do from there. He isn't going to kill her, not right away. The city is in love with her. This incident at the docks may seem like a threat, but you know our people, friends. We are not afraid of loss, if that is the cost of power. And if they believe she did that, then they also believe her to be powerful. Well, great. Yeah. Alright, think we'll go this one. Alright. My throat is still hurting, but I'm going to try to make it, at least to the 4-hour point, but my throat is really not happy. Anyway, we anxiously waited for Galvez's next move. We knew it was coming, and we thought it would come at any minute. Such that when it finally did, many hours later, we were confused, even, perhaps especially, Julie. It was merely a summons. I was to arrive at the Galleon Castle the following evening. And just like that, I was bid good night. But I was not simply going to rest easy. I tried to fall asleep, but my thoughts would not release me. I couldn't bear it for long, and found myself wandering the halls. And now I'm back in my nightie. Alright. So many costume changes. Anyway, I came upon the sound of voices as I neared the dining room and moved close, keeping quiet. I could take nothing for face value. None of these men, these elves, could be trusted. It wasn't my first time sneaking about Julie's estate. There was more room for subterfuge living in the forest with Vanya than may readily be believed, so I wasn't entirely bad at it. I passed my stealth check? I hadn't thought of Vanya in a while. She felt far, far away. She was. You'll pay for this, Julie, somehow. That's Vidane saying that. And Julie says, if that were true, Vidane, I've quite the reckoning awaiting me. I have for quite a while. Years pass, and still it never comes. Vidane says, laugh if you like. I heard the sound of something heavy slamming against the table. To hazard a guess, Vidane wasn't in the best of moods. It was a turn from his disposition when I left him earlier. Before I was sent to bed, he'd been full of gentle smiles, quiet tones, and steadfast encouragement. Vidane is worrying me. I haven't spent this much time with him in the other path, but this all seems different than how he normally acts. And is this a picture of me? What? How did you already get a picture of me? I haven't been here that long. Alright, anyway. Yeah, it might be a picture of me from the last game, because she looks like she has black hair, and I had black hair in the last game. But this is supposed to be red. It's as red as it gets in this game. Anyway, that's important right now, right? Okay, let's move on. Naturally, he had a less agreeable side lurking under there. You better hope I never have means to... The sound of Julia clearing his throat, like he'd come to just shy of successfully hiding a laugh, came from behind the door. Are you threatening me? Bawan, how has nothing ever caught up with you? You escaped several snares yourself, Vidane. Why is that? The people, you know, the strings pulled. It's the same thing. Oh, you Ethanukkish snake! I'm nothing like you. This elfish that they're speaking. Not in most ways, I'd agree. As the voices escalated, I crept closer to the doorframe. I was eager to sneak a peek of what the scene looked like. A sort of morbid curiosity had taken hold of me. Calm down, Vidane. Save your energy for the human we're trying to save. The human we're trying to save? You have a lot of nerve. The metal goblet on the table, what I presume had made the loud noise before, was swept up in Vidane's hand and launched across the room. What the hell? Julia wore a coy smirk. How do I know? I'm outside the door, right? Anyway, and Vidane seemed to find it every bit as insufferable as I often did. Vidane's fingers clenched tight around a second goblet, and that too went flying. Oh, okay. This one came in my direction. What? I guess I did open the door. I missed it. I was too busy trying to dissect his behavior. Yeah, let's just back up for a second. Crept closer to the door frame. Okay. So the door is open. I'm just standing in the doorway now. Okay. I had to get like an idea of how that happened. Okay. In my efforts to duck out of the way, I revealed myself. As I brought myself up from the floor, unsure whether to laugh or cry, both men had turned wide-eyed expressions toward me. Nocturna. His face took on a certain horror as he rushed toward me, and almost by instinct I raised my hand and shushed him. You missed me? Or you missed me? And I thought you were a marksman. His chest collapsed in relief. Exciting. Now that the Danes had a go, there is no one left in Gallia with pure intention toward you. Juliet. All right, then. Did he just accuse Vidane of sleeping with me? What? Is that what he was implying? Wait a second. Now that the Danes had a go, no one has pure intention towards you? Okay. I mean, he hugged me. Oh, okay. What? Yeah, this is all new to me, as you can probably tell, because I'm like, what? What is going on? Oh, what's got the two of you riled up? What's this about, then? Vidane and you have some business? No. Yes, we do. He sighed heavily. I'm sorry, Nocturna, not that you need a greater burden. Does it involve me? No. Indirectly. Okay. Julia rolled his eyes. Vidane, Nocturna needs to rest. Surely you can appreciate, if nothing else, there's a time and a place. There, that, exactly. Phrases like that which allow him to delay and toy with things as long as he pleases. What? Exactly, phrases like that which allow him to delay and toy with things as long as he pleases. I think I'm agreeing with Vidane here if I pick I agree. Ugh, this is confusing because I haven't seen this before. Because before I had went to town with Ernal and everything went differently after that. So I'm very confused. I don't know what's coming anymore. I said I was going to take a different path. This is different because this is not anything like what has happened in my previous run. I think I'm agreeing with Vidane. Yes, Vidane, I'm in full agreement. Vidane motioned at me as if I'd proven a point. And now Julia's placating smile was served to both of us. Julia says there's nothing we can do tonight. His voice held accusation as though he didn't believe Julia was right. I don't know what to do. Rest, prepare for what is coming in the only way you can. Both of you. Vidane sighed in resignation. I suppose I haven't any choice. His gaze lingered on me. Good night, Nocturna. Rest well if you can rest at all. Oh my. I don't know what's happening anymore. And another transition. I found myself back in my bedroom. It wasn't long before I'd collapsed onto my bed in resignation. Attempting to get any sleep seemed a useless effort, but there was nothing else to do. All I could do was wait. Hours passed. It seemed the night would never end. It was useless. One corrupt thought after the next. I could still feel the heat of fires on my skin, and I was almost certain that faintly, very faintly, the echoing sound still rang in my head. Galway's and what judgment he'd pass on me was almost the least of my feverish concerns. Whatever happened, if I had done it, if the Kuthental had, it was without intention on my behalf, and that was sufficiently disturbing a thought all on its own. No, sleep was not coming. Hashtag relatable. Oh, jeez. A knock jostled me upwards. Despite the gentleness of it, I felt a certain trepidation. I slid out of bed. The house wasn't any more at rest than I was, it seemed. In my gut, I knew who was waiting on the other side of the door. Strangely, I was expecting them, though I couldn't explain how. Okay, this... See, here's the thing. Logic would say that it would probably be Vidane, right? But at the same time... didn't it also say that Heron had been coming to my room at night? So that would also make sense in that way. And also, Delay lives here, so it would make sense for him. Vanya? Yeah, it would make sense for him too. And also, it seemed like they were implying that Lacey was trying to keep Vidane from spending time with me. So yeah, I mean, there's an urge to possibly pick Vanya just because we haven't seen her since the beginning of the game. That's our aunt who we lived with for those that missed the beginning. But, yeah, I don't know. Vidane would make the most sense. Heron has a canon reason for being here because they had already said that he'd been sneaking in and talking to me at night. Julie also has an obvious reason because he lives here. And so does Lacey. Ernal, not so much. But see, it made sense for Ernal to be the one that came to my room in the last run because he was the one that went shopping with me and had the thing happen at the docks. But, so, oh, shut up, phone. Nobody cares. Alright, anyway, I know I've already spent a little time with him, but I'm kind of leaning toward Lacey. Although I do want to spend more time with Heron, and Vidane would make the most sense, and I do also want to know what is going on with Vidane, because he's been a little odd. I mean, obviously he's pissed off about the whole situation, that's obvious, but I'm kind of... And because of my meta knowledge, I know what happened when you picked Ernal. I don't know if it'll be the same, though, if I pick somebody else. Huh. But like I said, that time it made sense because Ernal was one with me at the docks. I do want to spend more time with Heron because we haven't really spent that much time with him. But I'm kind of torn between Vidane because I want to know what's up with him, and Lacey because there's also been some strange things going on with Lacey, like him actually saying nice things to me and then apparently trying to keep Vidane from spending time with me. So, it's a little strange. I kind of want to know more what's going on there, too. So, yeah. Well, if nobody has any opinions, I guess I'll go with Lacey. Are you awake? He spoke quietly, almost softly. Has he ever done that? Even still, there was something in his words that struck terror in me. Yes? I opened the door. Let me in. I have something we should talk about without certain ears overhearing. Despite my better judgment, I let him in. Takes a lot of practice. What does? Sleeping when something is hunting you? Okay. Hello, what? You mean other than you? I mean, you were the one that kidnapped me and brought me here in the first place. Yeah, I know what happens in this scene with Ernal. So this is... Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen now. It's all new. I excelled, relieved. This exchange seemed to be going normally. The Kuthental. What? Well, he sighed and shrugged a single shoulder. That's more like a half shrug. How do you half shrug? But anyway. Okay. We buried it for a reason, Nocturna. What? I'm sorry, but that is the first time he's ever called me by my name. in this entire game. It's the first time he's ever called me by my name. No kidding. Yeah, no surprise to me, Lacey. His smirk turned grim. Oh, the room's purple again! Nor me. I thought things would sort themselves out concerning you. You have been hanging on. Is that a compliment? Of a sort? What? And also, is it just because the room is purple? But the marks on his face seem to be more pronounced. They weren't, I don't think they were like that you before. Yeah, this is definitely strange. I didn't know. It's all weird. I'm on a different path now and don't know what to expect. I'm very scared. Alright, anyway, yeah. Well, thank you. I wouldn't thank me just yet. His hand slid behind his back under his cloak. When he pulled it out again, he held a dagger. I thought we were past this, dear. I thought you were done trying to kill me. Please, no. I would really like to have only one assassin to worry about at a time. Sorry, Rabbit. I had barely a second to scream before the dagger plunged into my chest. What? It was cold and sharp, then it was warm, and all grew hazy. I had lost strength in my legs. His arm caught the small of my back and led me to the floor. You were just caught in a web you couldn't fight your way out of. That's all it is. I know, a pity. What? Really? Okay, so that was a dream? Typical horror movie bullshit? Okay. I was gonna say, wait, how is he a romance option if he's just gonna kill you? Alright, game. Good one. Let's have the whole weird-ass dream where somebody you know tries to kill you and then you like wake up and you're like, oh, it was just a dream. No wonder. I should have known it wasn't real. He never called me by my name before. That should have been my clue. But yeah, I was like, it was a little worrying though because of the fact that I know you can die in this game. I was like, what? But yeah, I was like, how can he be a romance option if he's just going to come into your room and kill you? I don't think that's how romance options should work in this game. I don't think it's that kind of game. Well, maybe, who knows? Then again, I've been playing some weird games this weekend. Or this week. But, okay, so that was, I'm assuming, a dream. I think I did have a weird dream in the Ernal playthrough too, but it was different than that. I think I need to save, though, because that was fucked up. That was just fucked up. Yeah. Where black is fire. Okay, so that was a dream. Are we all better now? Ay, ay, ay. Typical horror movie bullshit. And you thought this was a dating sim. It was actually listed on the... That's how I found this game. If you missed it when I said earlier. I did a search just for the hell of it. I did a search for best free dating sims. And I gave a top 10 list. And this was number 9. And it was the first one I tried. And I found it quite interesting, actually. So, oh, I like this bed. Sorry, random. But I guess that was a dream, folks. It was all just a dream. I shivered and sweated. My forehead was wet, my chest hot. Oh, geez, no. Last time I heard a knock, somebody tried to kill me. Or did kill me. But then I woke up. It's all very bizarre. Okay, a rapid knocking come from my bedroom door. Again. Rabbit? Oh, God. Oh, God, he's back. So help me if we're in a Groundhog Day thing and he tries to kill me again. I'm just gonna sit here and cry. Stop it, game. Stop messing with me. He's too hot for this. Alright, anyway. Yeah, Rabbit. Well, he's not calling me Nocturna, so this could be real. Yikes. I screamed! The bedroom door slammed open and Lacey rushed in. I screamed again. He checked the window, glanced around the room, furrowed his brows, and then grabbed my shoulders. Naturally, I kicked him and scrambled away. Oh my god. He's gonna love that. Actually, he might. You know, it's him. Oh my goodness. This game. Like I said, this is all new to me, obviously, because I took the Ernal path before. Or at least at this point in the game. What are you want? Help, Juliet, Vaden! Ah! I threw a tray off one of the dressers at him. Have you completely lost your senses, Nocturna? Oh my god. He called me by my name again. Am I gonna die again? Am I in Groundhog Day? Oh, fuck. For those of you that don't know, it's a Bill Murray movie. Like, late 80s, maybe? He just kept repeating the same day over and over. Never mind. Okay, anyway. Are you hallucinating? I might be. I don't know. Well, his scar is not pink this time. And the room isn't purple this time. So maybe this is real. But he called me by Nocturna. So this is probably not real. Am I going to get stabbed again? I'm really quite sick of being stabbed. My head almost exploded yesterday. And then I got stabbed. This has been a really bad day, Lacey. Please don't stab me. I'm tired of it. I mean, yeah, let's move on. You're trying to trick me. I'm certainly not. You're attempting to trick me, perhaps. That or humans have a very Buana strange sense of humor. I think Buana is their sweary words. Very fucking strange sense of humor. Just say it. Just say it. It's an 18+ stream. Say it. Embrace the cursing. I mean, let's move on. I glared at him, dozens of different thoughts rushing through my mind. And then it occurred to me, why wasn't I dead? Where had my injury gone? Took you long to catch on to that? You tried to kill... I finally pieced together the obvious. I stood there, panting, heart racing, alive and having just woken from a dream, thoroughly embarrassed. And as he did, as he always did, he seemed to understand it just as I had. He smirked at me and crossed his arms. Bad dream? Sigh. Could only sigh, averting my gaze, attempting not to look as embarrassed as I felt. God, I'm dreaming about you, Lacey. You stabbed me with a knife. Alright, anyway. Humiliation was just the tipping point. I was exhausted, dazed, unsure of reality. Yeah, no shit. Oh my god, this game. It's trying to compete with the weirdness of the other game I've been playing recently. Trying. Ay, ay, ay. Let's move on, I guess. Impending doom drawing nearer by the heartbeat, as usual. Come on, Rabbit, you'll get used to it. And there are people out in the waking world after you, so dreaming of your murder isn't such a stretch. Oh, you always know what to say to make me feel better, Lacey. Thanks, buddy. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry, I know my voice is going, guys. I don't know if it's going to hold on much longer, but we'll see. Tea with honey. Yeah, I just saw that. Oh, gosh, I don't drink tea, sorry. Yeah, that was from like a message that was like an hour ago, but I just saw it because I had looked at the one after it. But anyway, yeah, I don't drink tea. I don't even like the smell of tea, honestly. But anyway. So yeah, people are out in the waking world after you, so doing your murder isn't such a stretch. And you think I'll get used to it? I think so. There's that Lacey sense of humor again. I think so. Come on, Juliet is waiting in the dining hall. He got a missive from the Grand General while you slept. Oh, did he order my execution again? Great. Must be a day ending in Y. And Rabbit, I'm the least of your worries if you ask me. Oh, was that a proclamation of love? I doubt it, but still. Comforting. Should be. I like having you around. What? Okay, we're dreaming again. Lacey said something nice again. Is this another damn dream? Where's the knife? Alright, anyway. Anyway. I exhaled deeply. Lacey, you're going to be the death of me, one way or the other. I got dressed and made my way out of the bedroom. From the look of the sky, it was late morning. I must have slept in. Could you stop doing that, you stupid thing? Okay. I hate it when it does that. Okay. Look at that. It keeps popping up stupid shit. Stop it. Oh my god. Stop it. That annoys... Does that annoy anybody else? Anyway, I got dressed and made my way out of the bedroom. From the look of the sky, it was late morning. I must have slept in. As I made my way to the dining hall, I was certain I looked like a wreck. The elves I passed were staring at me as though I'd risen from the grave. Oh god, did I? Are we in a zombie game now? I don't even know what to expect anymore, man. Duh. Hi, I'm surrounded by hotties. Yet again. Hey guys, it's the 5 guys I have to choose between. This is gonna be easy. Yeah, alright. Good morning, Mandrelay. Good morning indeed, Nocturna. You had a missive? Yes, he has already sent his demands. Don't worry, darling, it's not another execution. Were you listening in? Are you watching the stream, Juliet? Speak up in chat. Say hi, Juliet. Hi. Alright, anyway. It seems the Grand General intends for you to board the Bastion and travel alongside a delegation for the time being. Oh, jeez. This. Alright, anyway. Sorry. What? But it's going toward Larlari for... He's sending the human off to kill humans? Retribution? Loyalty? Maliciousness? Well, I don't know what he intends for her role in delegation, but... Vidane and Heron scoffed at the term delegation. The point we should be celebrating is that if he intends to kill her, he's sending someone on that ship to do it, and that is a far easier thing to control than this island as a whole. Oh. So we should be happy that he might be sending me onto a ship with an assassin. Yeah, sounds like a party. You're celebrating... Vidane, are you watching chat? Are you watching the stream, dude? They're all here. It's so meta. Anyway, you're celebrating his sending her off to be assassinated? Really? It makes sense, Vidane. There's nowhere to go here, and... Commander Calipoa, Laceaga, Vidane, and Ernal were all scheduled to go with the delegates. Sorry, on the mission. It seems like our Grand General doesn't know what to do with her. He's trying to distance himself from her. Yes, this is all very good, I'd say. You're insane. Be that as it may. You and his eldest grandson are to arrive before midday. Eldest? Vidane groaned. Well, you have 3 of his grandsons here, and I'll give you 3 guesses who that is. But why? I suspect he found out Vidane was with you at the docks yesterday. Okay, so Vidane's the eldest one? I didn't know that. But they said he was 60. So I guess he's older than Heron and Ernal. I mean, yeah, he has little sisters, but still, they're from 2 different families. Because Heron and Ernal are brothers, and Vidane and Quinladel and Rasanya and some other girl are in the other family. But anyway, yeah, their dad is somebody named Lonray. I don't know for sure what his parents' name was. But anyway, perhaps he means to question him. I don't know. I intend to come with you as long as the Grand General suffers my presence. It'll be all right, Nocturna. Sorry to drag you into this. Sorry, Vidane. Don't be. I'm glad to be there with you. I just wish we could both wash our hands of him completely. Oh, my poor stomach. What? We should head out. Oh, jeez. I don't know. This is all different. I don't know what to expect anymore, guys. I'm scared. Because up until I picked Vidane for the shopping trip, I had pretty much known everything that was happening. There was a couple little tiny differences. But I had known everything that had happened up to that point for the most part. This is all different, though. This is all very different. I mean, yeah, I still got sent away on the boat. That still happened in the first run, but everything else is different. So I'm a little worried. This is too much. It's not fair, not right, not sane. We should just take you far from here. There's a thought. I don't know if running would do any good. I don't see what's left to lose for trying. He sighed shakily, knit his brow, and stared at me worriedly. I don't want anything to happen to you. I couldn't stand it. Hi, Juliet! Great timing. Let's get going. Another sigh from Vidane. This time I joined in. After a pause, he put on a strained smile. It seemed he was trying to comfort me. He held out his hand. He held out his hand to hold. I guess. I took it. He squeezed it and held firmly as we started walking. You know, just like your mom. I guess. I don't know. Oh, hi. Good of you to come. I stepped into Galois's office again, and immediately felt I was certain to bleed. Nothing more. I had simply waltzed into my end. I told you. In no uncertain terms, I told you, human. You are to keep yourself muzzled. Keep the Kithental controlled. Keep it from harming my people. I didn't. My mouth opened of its own accord, desperate to begin my defense. I heard Vidane move behind me, shifting around as anxiously as I was. I heard a slight whisper. It'll be all right. Months with nigh tawdry success, reports of only the vaguest wonder, a bit of air pushed about a man with the force of a wyvern's wing. Nothing remarkable. A buona waste. That means fucking, right? Just swear like normal people. Damn elves. Anyway. And now this? Who do you think we are? You move against us so brazenly? You... His hand gripped his sword, but he remained still, his stare prying, demanding. I didn't do it. Yeah, I didn't do it. You didn't. He scoffed, his armor giving a soft click as his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Don't take me for a fool. I won't take you at all. Anyway, a silence fell over the room. I was holding my breath. We all were. This is going well, right, guys? Everything's fine! It is a truth most bitter. A rat, a single rat. It is never alone. Random, mysterious voice who talks in purple. A weak man! I winced, inwardly begging the Kithental to just delay its incessant opinion to any other time than now. You would let the weak squander you? I clenched my jaw tight. You think I won't take you down? Dulier Lachaste? That's his last name. Lachaste. I consider myself safe only as far as the near future is concerned, Grand General. I am under no illusion that I will long escape your wrath. You assume much even then. I am willing to cut Galea in two. If there is any future for us, it is when the rod has been cut away. Dulier inclined his head. I understand, Grand General. Galois scoffed. And what are you doing here? Have you lost your mind? I brought her to the island. I believe she is my responsibility. You wish to take responsibility for this? I do, yes. Were it so easy. If only Trin could fix everything. That's their money. What a fortunate man you'd be. No, Lachaste, this isn't something you can sell away. There is blood. Blood has never turned your stomach before. Vidane! The air around us had been icy enough before. Now, something new, sour, and deep was introduced. Family feud. I looked at Vidane, eyes wide and aghast at his timing. There's a reason animals eat the lame young. What did you think would happen? I thought you would be wise enough to run at least. No, you parade her about in front of me like you're waiting to be cut down. Didn't it say in his little thing, he's destined for tragedy? That's why I was afraid to pick him. I'm like, oh my god, if I pick him, he's gonna die. But I've only played it once and I didn't pick him, so I don't know, but that's just what it sounded like to me. And I would not be surprised if he would kill him, even though he's his grandson. I would not be surprised about that at all. Or if somebody would kill him, because they're not really a loving kind of family. You know, they just don't seem that close. But anyway, you knew there would be no forgiveness after lines were crossed. No more coddling, no protecting. I'm not looking to hide from anything, Grandfather. Galois's lip curled in distaste. I'm really afraid that Vidane's gonna get killed. I mean, not to sound insensitive, but thank goodness there's 4 other choices. Because I have a feeling Vidane's gonna get killed. I mean, I don't want him to get killed, but that thing in his bio about he's destined for tragedy. I'm like, that was the main reason I didn't pick him, I think, because I'm like, oh my god, if I pick him, he's gonna die, isn't he? Anyway. Then, regrettably, Galois's gaze returned to me. You plagued rat. I'm a rabbit, I'm a rat, what? Make up your mind, people. Anyway, you plagued rat are going to get on a ship and get off my island. happily. It's difficult to keep the spite out of my voice, and I was certain after hearing myself that Galloway would take offense, but the spite was welcome, understood at least. Then go. You will depart on the Bastion the day after tomorrow, and if I'm a lucky man, I will never see you again. I very much wish to never see him again myself, though I doubt that we saw it happening the same way. Oh my goodness. The drama, man, the drama. Alright. You're acquainted with my granddaughter, Commander Calipoa? Yeah, she's way nicer than you. You'll be under her command, and there and your scouts under yours. Squander their lives as you wish. Their graves will weigh you down if you show your face in this island again. Do not come back. Do not come back. Do not step foot on this island again without my order. That went fantastically. Ah! Dulier. Ah, Dulier. Let's see. Where are we? Guess here. It's still on Where Black is Fire. Okay. So Dulier thought that went great. I wouldn't say that at all. How much better could it have gone? Vidain trailed off, frowning, eventually shrugging in defeat. Yeah. I mean, we're all alive. I honestly thought that he'd just stab you in the face and say, you've been a bad grandson, I've got more. Dead. Ay, ay, ay. I honestly thought that that would happen. It still might. I don't know. He's got like 1 million grandkids. I'm sure he wouldn't mind getting rid of a couple. Yikes. Alright, anyway. His summons are usually longer, and it was strange that he wanted me there just to ask me that. Stranger still that we're alive. That's what I just said, dude. He's watching the stream. Vidain is in the stream. Vidain, would you please talk in chat? You're obviously watching the stream. You and Dulier both. You're obviously watching. Say hi. Talk to me, please. Anyway. It's all very... Oh, yes, he's still planning her demise, but out on the sea is a fairer place to lodge our defense than nearly any other. We'll be on a warship, Dulier, not one of your trade ships. Shh. Oh, of course. It looks like your trials aren't over for the day, Nocturna. Some of my kin are gathering to see you with their own eyes. Probably ask about the docks. The crowd outside Julie's estate wasn't particularly large, but it was growing by the moment. Not quite a mob, at least no weapons were drawn, only faces full of peering curiosity, accusation, bewildered awe. And I think I need another drink because there's a whole damn lot of talking in this. So anyway, let's move on, shall we? Things are going so well. One guard seemed more agitated than the rest. And so, of course, he was the one to say something first. What did you do? Back off. What fools you are. If your suspicions are right, if that was the Kuthental, what are you doing here? Are you not all warriors? And you approach me knowing what damage I can do unarmed? If you seek a battle, I will happily bring it. Come again with your weapons drawn, and battle we will have. None of this was thrust on me honorably. I will not be honorable. The Grand General has things under control. While there is no certain proof that Nocturna caused the event at the docks, we will be departing Gallia shortly. If you fear for your safety... How did you... Are you seeking revenge on Gallia? We should kill her! Kill her! We cannot allow this on our very shores. Vidain stepped backward and pushed me behind him. His voice lowered and became insistent. Get inside, Nocturna. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I picked that choice before, and it didn't happen that way. Huh. Should we handle this? Shouldn't we face this? Face what? More bloodthirst? You didn't do anything, Nocturna. Nothing on purpose. Get inside. But... Nocturna... He seemed desperate and likely enough to try and force me inside. What message that would give the crowd I didn't want to risk. I made my way inside. Yeah, I think I picked the same choice before, and there was a different response. So things are definitely changing. So I guess all the choices actually count. Imagine that. All packed. It had taken no time at all. The Bastion was awaiting me, ready to take me yet again somewhere far away. Am I gonna walk outside and find out they killed Vidane because I didn't run away from them? I seriously am really expecting Vidane to die just because of that damn line in his freaking bio. It's making me paranoid. Anyway. Well, I can't imagine you've accumulated much. You've accumulated more than anyone here. The voice had grown very vocal since we had heard we would be leaving Gallia. Sometimes it spoke almost constantly, keeping me awake, distracting me from real conversations. It was disconcerting. You were only here for a few months. Months? Has it been that long? 3.5. Why does an elf bother to keep track of time? I made a respectable mark in that time, I'll give you that. I groaned. I suppose she meant the docks. I don't think she meant the docks. I mean, you should have seen this place. You should have seen this place before you came along. Business as usual. Past long behind us and no one asking any questions. Yeah, this game isn't weird at all, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Not anymore, though. Now no one will shut up about the secrets forgotten. I'm forgotten? I pursed my lips. If this kept on, I wasn't sure I'd learn to deal with it. I decided to simply ignore it, at least when I wasn't alone. It seemed wholly unfazed by my lack of contribution. It was becoming a little maddening. Are you? Someone knocked and then immediately opened the door. Skylar. Rude wet wretch. She poked her head in meekly, despite her bold intrusion, her gaze settling on Calipoa in suspicion. When she finally let herself in all the way, she switched her attention to me. I think I'm gonna die, guys. Everything's going differently than it did before. I think I'm gonna die. Alright, or at least Vidane. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna die! Alright, Calipoa's mouth quirked in a tiny smile. You're really leaving, then? Well, unless you come back. This is you saying goodbye? She is making sure you're leaving. I'm going to wait out front. Don't dawdle much. They won't leave without us, but they won't be happy if they have to come and fetch us. Skylar watched the door close behind Calipoa, then her face contorted sharply. Why are you bringing Dulier with you? I didn't invite him, dude. On a warship. What are you thinking? The soldiers aren't under his trin, Nocturna. He can't bribe them, pressure them, not with the same ease. You're going to get him in even more trouble. Slow down. Tell him to stay. Are you alright? Skylar, what's going on? She sighed, defeated, pouting perhaps. You're all leaving. All of you. Ernal, too. That thing at the docks. She trailed off, something dark and suspicious on her face. Skylar, I'm not happy about how this is happening either. Yeah, I guess not. Who would be? You don't get a choice in anything, and neither do I. I frowned at her. Goodbye, Nocturna. Try not to die. Okay. Well, okay, since you've said it so sweetly. Insipid wretch. Okay. Yikes. Way too many people having conversations, even when they're only in my head. And now we're on the Unforgiving Sea. So there are chapters. You just don't see them unless you do a save. Anyway. Moving on. Things are going well. Things are going great. Everything's peachy. Everything's fine. Not a lot had been clarified to me, surprisingly, so I was a little startled to see Ernal, Heron, Vidane, Lacey, and Dulier waiting outside Dulier's estate. Oh, it's the 5 love interests. What a coincidence. Oh, hi guys. In case you're wondering why this is such a hard decision, take a good look, everybody. Any questions? You're all love interests? I have to pick one of you? Oh, sorry, that's a little meta. Yes, all of us. Yes, even Dulier. Ernal was evidently not pleased with that. I'm not going to be your friend for the duration of this disaster, Dulier. Where's Calipoa? She headed up to the docks already, making sure it's all well. He sighed. This one takes too much time to get to the point. Okay. It's tense right now. but better than the pill one. They're all pretty pill. Okay. Which pill one? Be more specific, weird disembodied voice in my head. You have to be more specific. They're all very, very pill men. Don't insult her, Vidane. I'm sure she's noticed. What? Because he said it's tense. Alright. I'm sure she has. All seem normal enough so far, except for the Kithental in my head. I was nervous about whatever awaited me on the boat, but if everyone's coming with me, it seemed unlikely the whole ship was set for destruction. Galois wouldn't murder 3 of his grandsons, right? Well, didn't I just say I wouldn't be surprised if he did? And I'm very paranoid about that thing in Vidane's bio. Again, I don't know how it's going to go, because we're in completely new territory now. I took a completely different route the first time I played this, so I really don't know. But I'm very scared that me or Vidane or both of us are going to die. Or maybe somebody else, who knows? I don't know. Yikes. Are you certain? What are we certain about? Oh, that he wouldn't murder 3 of his grandsons, right? Oh, she's speaking to my, or she or he or it, whatever, is speaking to my thoughts. Because I didn't say that out loud. I thought Galois wouldn't murder her 3 of his grandsons, and then the thing in my head said, "Are you certain?" So it's actually answering my thoughts instead of anything I said. That's not freaky at all. Everything's fine. I wasn't. Does the Grand General know you're all coming? Julia nodded. When I sent for permission to board the ship, he accepted it immediately. Ernal, Vidane, and Laceaga are still under Calipo's command. Heron, I'm temporarily under her command as well. Grandfather approved my request. Okay, so he approved all of them to be here. Anybody else scared? Do we have a bomb squad that can search the ship before we get on it? I mean, I don't know if you guys have bombs in Elf World here, but could somebody check on that? Anyway, so he approved all of them to be here. That does not comfort me somehow. I excelled comforted, even as I wasn't sure I should be. Now I'm watching my own stream. Oh my god. Alright, it's all getting very, very confusing around here. Ay. I don't know. Everything's weird. I mean, everything's fine. Everything's fine. My feet were heavy, though not in an unnatural way, at least. The others walked ahead, leaving me in... Well, I guess I'll go with Heron. We haven't talked to him a lot lately. He pulled me close. Oh, hi. Hello, sir. Are we making a detour before we get on the boat? What is going on? I mean, you heard that your grandfather was going to let us all go and figure we're about to die, so... yeah. Okay, anyway. Look at it this way, Majule. Out in the open sea, we have far more freedom. Freedom is being trapped on a boat? Heron grinned at me and lifted his arm away just enough so that I could weave my mind through. Oh, my. It's going to be so hard when I have to make the final decision, guys. It's going to be so hard. I'm looking forward to this. Is that strange? Yes. Getting out from under my grandfather's thumb will be nice for us both. How are you out from under his thumb? He approved for you and your brother and your cousin to come here. That is not out from under his thumb. You're doing what he wants you to do, apparently. Yes, as long as this isn't the last voyage we ever take. Heron snorted. Nothing's going to happen to you, Majule. Really? Because I know I can die in this game. How can you say that so confidently? He's an idiot. We'll protect you. I'll be vigilant. If you'd like, I'll happily vow to never take my eyes off of you. Good. Still flirting! Heron! Your grandfather's about to kill us all! And you're still flirting with me? Yeah, I usually go for 4 hours. I just started later today. I started at 7 p.m. I usually start at 11 a.m. But yeah, I'm going later because I I don't know if you were here at the beginning, but yeah, I didn't stream during the day today because I thought my housemates were going to come home early so they could go on their camping trip, so I didn't want to like have to cut the stream short, so I decided to wait till tonight to stream instead. So I've only been on for about 3.5 hours, so I'm still less than my normal time. It's just later because I started at 7 and it's like 10:30 now, a little after that, 10:40, something like that. Yeah, if I could stream whenever I wanted, I probably would stream more late at night because I'm more of a night person. Huh, Nocturna, imagine that. But yeah, if I could stream whenever I wanted, I probably wouldn't stream during the day at all. So, because I usually don't even fall asleep till like 5 or 6 a.m. So it's really hard for me to stream during the day, but that's the only time I can stream because that's when they're at work at school. And that's why also I'm going to be streaming sporadically all summer. I'll only be streaming when they go on camping trips because school will be out and I have to watch their kid all day. So yeah, that's that deal. Well, I'm glad you're here because when people aren't talking, it's really hard to keep up my energy. So I very much appreciate it when people are watching and actually chatting because it helps me stay like motivated to keep going. I mean, my throat is hurting really bad, but still, I don't mind that if people are like engaging and talking and stuff because that actually makes me want to keep streaming. When nobody's talking, I'm just like, all right, this isn't going anywhere. I guess I'll log off. But yeah, when people are talking, it helps me stay motivated a lot. So I do appreciate it very, very, very much when people actually chat. So please, everybody, feel free to chat because that is actually what keeps me going. It might make it take longer to get through a game, but it keeps me motivated and keeps my energy up, and I need the help because I don't sleep a lot. So thank you very much. Just jumping around tonight watching what people are playing. Yeah. All right, so so he says, we'll protect you. I'll be vigilant if you'd like. I'll happily vow to never take my eyes off of you. Well, we're about to die, so I guess that's easy to say. All right, anyway. Something tells me even you couldn't keep that up for long, Heron. You volunteered, hmm? So I might understand you volunteered to come along. Heron nodded. Of course I did. I wasn't going to leave you to fend off Julier's serpentine advances all on your own. My brother was ordered to come too. There was no way I wasn't coming early. Oh, hey, everybody. Mrs. Calipo, you are coming as well? Of course, Commander. I believe we board right over here, darling, shall we? Everybody's darling. I suppose we shall. After you, Nocturna. Yeah, I'm trying to point my mouse at whoever's talking because there's a lot of group conversations. Oh, my goodness. The unforgiving sea. All right, so now what does it say? Boarding the ship felt even worse than it did last time, and I was kidnapped last time, so that's saying something. I had the attention of everyone boarding with me this time, and I knew most of them blamed me for what happened at the docks. Still, they gave me plenty of space. At least I followed the space. At least I followed the others until something drew me to an abrupt stop. We were here before? The Kithental sounded unsure, its voice confused, frustrated. So yes, it is responding to my thoughts, because I didn't say that out loud. I was just thinking about the last time I was on the ship, and the Kithental's like, we were here before? So it's responding to my thoughts, not just my words and things it hears. It's responding to my thoughts. That's comforting. All right, then. For the first time, I realized it didn't know. I realized that its memory and knowledge was not the same as mine. It was something separate. Truly separate. I was relieved, but in the same instant horrified. Nocturna? The elves in the bastion stared at me openly, many coming to a halt when they saw me. Their faces were hard and intense, yet whether they found me merely offensive or offensive and interesting, I couldn't tell. Juliet wore his oblivious smile, passing it to me encouragingly when he caught my gaze. I realized I must have given something away in my expression as Vidane was hovering. Just get her to her quarters. You'll be staying with me, Nocturna. I will. There's only one private bunk on the massive ship, believe it or not. Lexis, graciously handed it over to you and me for the duration of the voyage. We think it's best if you stay out of the hammocks for now, and besides, I'm probably the only one who has a chance against you if you go Kuthental crazed, so it's a good idea. She smiled as though she hadn't suggested I may lose control of myself and die by her sword. Calipo's sense of humor was a curious thing. Okay. Yeah. I might have to kill you, but it's fine. We'll be buddies. Have a slumber party. But I might have to kill you. It's cool. Oh, jeez. Ah. Heron can show you where, I'm sure. The rest of you, Dulier, ma'am. Calipo stared at Dulier, smile fading entirely. Then she sighed heavily. This way, Madrele. Nocturna? Yes? Did something happen when you first got on the ship? His attentiveness, like something burrowing deeper under the skin. He's a tick! Okay. Oof. I think I said this one before, but I'm kind of tempted to say this one. I learned something about the Kuthental. I learned something new about... I waved at my head, trusting he could see me well enough to understand the gesture. Something you want to, or can, share? The Kuthental is not just a part of me. It's not me at all. It's separate somehow. Had you thought otherwise? Yes? Oh, well, I can see why you might have thought. I just didn't... It brings you comfort? And fear, somehow. I see. We'll keep learning, Madrele. Here we are. Are you okay? Well enough. I think I'm hearing Vidane's voice, and he's clearly not here. Oh, Madrele, you didn't be cruel. Because he said... I see what you did there. Because Vidane's always the one asking her if she's okay. That she's making jokes. We got jokes, guys. I looked around the dimly lit room, exhaustion catching up with me. I hadn't had a good night's sleep since, well, I couldn't remember a good night's sleep. Yeah, I had that lacy dream, and it wasn't the kind of lacy dream I wanted to have. Anyway, and I doubt it was coming soon. Calipo suggests you stay in here for a little while, till we depart. That's a suggestion? Very much so, Madrele. And even if it wasn't, I'll show you how to sneak anywhere on the ship. I'll be near if you need or want me. Oh, Heron. You have a way with words, sir. I stood still, taking in the swaying of the ship. It was only my second time aboard a ship, but even so, the rocking seemed worse than it had been before. I was scared now, just as I was then, even though much had changed. The unknown still beckoned from every direction. Though I understood now that I was part of the unknown, I'd survived Gallia for at least a little while. I wondered if I'd ever return to Gallia. Running? Hiding? Tell me what it is that has provoked your voice. I wish to silence you again. You have to hear me as I have to hear you. What does that mean? An odd sensation overtook me, as though something was seizing me from within, stripping my control over my own body. It lasted only a moment. Running won't do you any good when you carry me with you. Okay. I collapsed on the bed, heavy as a rock. If I was going to be rendered immobile, I thought the least I could do is situate myself somewhere comfortable. As I lay there, my head spun with the dizziness of 1,000 thoughts, all crippled and blurred together. I couldn't decipher any one thought for longer than a moment before it faded back into the flurry, and it left me so utterly helpless. Oh. And you're weak. Was I weak? I was not. Allowing them to cow you, hidden in a room? You will stay here until summoned like an obedient dog, won't you? I exhaled, surrendering to the weariness of my body. For the moment. You walk into your death. The voice within me sounded so frustrated, and I almost laughed in response. A sharp thought became clear in the haze, and when it did, a smile broke across my face. Ah, I see. You can't do anything without me, can you? You brought me here. I was content where I was. I did? From where? From where you are now. What? What utter nonsense? I will show you someday if you live long enough. An exhale whistled out from between my lips. I was losing my patience, and I was losing consciousness. You don't live and die with me? When no response came, I let my mind drift away. Fun. Just having a conversation with my imaginary not-so-friendly friend. It's great. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, then. 3 days have apparently passed. What? Nobody is sneaking into my room? Come on. Where's the fun in that? Yikes. So yeah, this is a perfectly normal dating sim, isn't it? Sure it is. Yeah, it was listed with the free dating sims, but that's only like one tiny part of this game, obviously. Obviously, it's more, I don't know, it's, like I said, it's got RPG elements and stuff, but yeah. Anyway, let's look at my traits again, because I think I'm going to need to know them soon, because they actually matter for some parts. Yeah, let's look at my traits again. Alright, so my highest is cunning, curiosity, charity, might, then daring, then followed by charm, tenacity, amity, grip, desire, then virtue, then doubt. Okay, so my highest are cunning, curiosity, and might. Then charm, tenacity, daring, then amity. I'm trying to remember the walkthrough I read because there was one part, the one part where I died in the first run, where I had to use a walkthrough. And they mentioned something about traits in that, and I don't remember because it's been a couple weeks. But anyway, 3 days passed. The rocking of the ship was terrible. I had grown nauseous almost as soon as I stepped foot on the bastion, and nausea persisted even still. I knew I couldn't hide forever, but I hadn't left my cabin. I could feel the tension whenever someone came to check on me. Their faces told me what their words did not. Heaviness weighed on their shoulders, and sometimes I could see the faces of curious elves peeking through the door from the hallway when it opened and closed. So my mind had begun to conspire, imagining things happening outside. Perhaps my allies had fallen, or they'd betrayed me. Perhaps Eckerray was prowling just outside my door, and I was trapped like a... So my mind had... like a rabbit. I was going to say, why did it just start repeating? But yeah, she just added more to it, like a rabbit. I nearly toppled over my own feet as I made my way out of the cabin. Luckily, the passage seemed to be empty. There was no one around to crash into, no one to make a fool of myself in front of, no one who would pick a fight. Seems like music picked up a little. I have it turned down pretty low. Let me see if I can turn it up a little bit. Music. It's not down that low. Anyway. It was only a matter of time, though. With all the grace of a newborn foal, I stumbled my way deeper into the ship. I was driven not only by paranoia, but hunger, as 3 days of little to eat had me ravenous, even despite the nausea. When 2 elves appeared and walked toward me, I was momentarily comforted. The emptiness had begun to feel eerie. But my comfort gave way to annoyance when I took in their posture. They were behaving strangely. They hushed as they passed me, but began to speak again in conspiratory tones and whispers as soon as they had their backs to me. One of the elves hissed angrily, louder than the other, and in my language, such that I knew she wanted me to hear her. Be such treason, bewan the Onyx Chandler and his puppet human. What was that? Pardon? The Onyx Chandler has committed treason, you said? The 2 elves grew still. The elf who'd spoken loudly was glaring, though it was a subtle sort of glare that reminded me of a predatory animal sizing up another predator. The other elf looked uncomfortable, perhaps even a little embarrassed. Yes, treason. To ply his own with his tricks, despicable. What are you talking about? You. And I am a trick. She scoffed. You're a fool. Ethane? She's... These elf names! A puppet. The 2 elves made their way from me quickly, the loud one being pulled by the other, whose discomfort had transformed into full-fledged nervousness. A puppet. Apt. Ethane, I'll remember. Okay. I continued down the hall, my eyes slowly adjusting, if only slightly. The darkness did absolutely nothing to ease my paranoia. Okay, then. The most talkative of my scouts, Chandler, awaited me down the hall. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Chandler. Good morning. Morning? A little past midday, ma'am. Oh, really? Explains why I'm so hungry. Oh, your appetite is back. Good news, huh? Even if it doesn't stay down, I need to eat. Chandler turned his head, smiling at me as his gaze drifted to my stomach. I knew what he was thinking. The Kithentel was some kind of separate entity I was carrying, so naturally I'd have a demanding appetite. There's some nice broth down in the mess. Maybe it'll help settle your stomach. I'll go with you. I was heading down myself. He followed me, patient with my slow pace. Is it a good idea for you to be walking about? I'm just nauseous. Don't elves get nauseous? Well, yes, but we can still move. I scoffed at him, but was content to let the matter drop. Keeping my stomach in line was enough. Okay, then. That is, up until I heard him snort an amused little noise that he didn't try to keep hidden whatsoever. I stopped, turned, and gave him a look. He laughs in your face, ma'am. Are you a fool? He must have felt especially bold, especially foolish. He was meant to be under my command. The Kithentel goading me as it did, I might have escaped Gallia, but not the thing in my head. It was getting to me. What's so funny? What's so funny, Chandler? Have a joke you care to share? He stared at me, eyes widening slightly, then darting about my face in their quick assessment. I wasn't trying to offend, ma'am. Weren't you? That's strange. I've seen Gallians break each other's noses over holding a glance too long. And here you are snickering behind my back. I apologize. A nervous chuckle rushed out of him. I'll have to tell Imre to keep his mouth shut around you. Could have used a joke. Pity, I would have liked to laugh. He hesitated, his eyes watching me carefully, his lips twitching into a smile. Well, I might be able to provide you all the same, ma'am. I was laughing about a rumor I'd heard, if you care to hear. Well, let's hear it. I propped myself against the passageway and sucked in a deep breath, preparing myself for whatever I was about to hear this time. Well, then. Well, as it happens, the day the dock set on fire with the noise... I sighed, a new wave of nausea passing over me, and I realized then, was my nausea guilt? You were said to have been shopping at Cadia's the import tailor. Spending the day with... Before I could finish, I knew right away where this was going. You know, Vidane is popular, in an infamous sort of way. A lot of people disrespect him for his disposition, but I've seen him shoot his bow before, and there are maybe only a handful of other elves who could match him. What are you getting at? Suppose I'm just saying that there are indeed worse partners than Vidane, despite what some people might say. Partners. Yeah, exactly. Partners. Lovers? Lovers? Of course, from the other side of things, given that you are a human, and of course you would be drawn to an elf with a gentle disposition. But gentle dispositions won't get either of you what you want, if you don't mind me saying so, ma'am. You'll have to be willing to strike when he hesitates, because from what I hear, well, he will. What? What is he referring to exactly? I mean, he had this conversation with me in the other run, but it went slightly differently, because he wasn't talking about Vidane. You'll have to be willing to strike when he hesitates, because from what I hear, well, he will. There's a rumor about Vidane and me? There's a rumor about Vidane and I as a couple? Yes, elves have seen him walk the streets beside you. You were called to meet the Grand General alongside him. He visits the Onyx Chandler's estate often. Are there rumors then about Ernal, Heron, and Lacey? Do the rumors not say I've captured the heart of many elves? Well, yes, but not as often. What? Okay, then. Alright, whatever. Let's move on to a save. Alright. So, we're just about at 4 hours, though, but try to go a little bit more. The mess wasn't crowded, which I was thankful for. I was still stumbling, and I didn't want an audience to see me this week. Saffron and Imre were seated at the table together, talking. Chandler noticed this right away and seemed displeased. It was curious. I'll get you some broth, ma'am. He moved away quickly. Very curious indeed. Oh, God, you again. I see you've crawled out of your chamber, Nocturna. I heard that assassin's voice and groaned. Just like I didn't realize. I could barely hold my stomach in. I was dizzy. I was not fair game in the least. I immediately tried to call Chandler back, but he had all but disappeared. Can I ignore him? Decided it was best to avoid any engagement with the elf and turn from him. Unfortunately for me, Ekere was not at all that easily put off. It's very brave of you to be out and about without one of your protectors, isn't it? You're a fascinating subject, aren't you? I need protection? Well, he laughed. From me, I hope that doesn't come as a surprise. You've got orders to kill me, don't you? You remained quiet. And yet I'm still alive. Still, it's interesting how you're moving so uninhibitedly now. I've barely seen you these past few days. Yet here you are and without an escort. You've grown comfortable. No. Are you certain? I thought you might have forgotten where we are. We may no longer be in Gallia, but we are in a Gallian ship. He shifted his focus to something over my shoulder, though I didn't dare turn my back to him to see what it was. I hope you feel better soon, Nocturna. He left just as I exhaled, and I felt a slap on my back. To my credit, I maintained my balance, if barely. You all right? I nodded. He's just rattling you? Playing a game. Playing a game. Yes, exactly. Don't let him take your mind. My mind's full these days. She frowned. I'm going to send someone to keep an eye on you, Nocturna. Well, you don't look good. With all the interest in you and Ekere slithering about, it's just a good idea if you stay near someone who can pull you out of the web. Preference? Well. The obvious choices would be one of the three soldiers, which is Vidane, Lacey, and Ernal. And Lacey has already protected me from Ekere once, I suppose. So I guess Lacey. How about Lacey? Kelpa shook her head and grinned at me. As you wish. When she left, I moved toward a seat. The elves nearest me made way, which was a nice change of pace. Yeah, him and Vidane are like the same rank, so to speak. But Vidane has been acting a little off. And I mean, I did have that whole dream about Lacey killing me, but you know, what's a little nightmare about killing your friends? It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it means nothing. Yeah, let's move on, I guess. Here. Saffron plopped a bowl filled with broth in front of me. Chandler said you were going to try and eat. I looked past her and saw Chandler and Imre not far away. She was staring at me, expression harsh, as though something was bothering her. Though in my experience with Saffron, something usually was. You make sure to think hard about what you do now, Nocturna. Our lives are attached to yours. We aren't to be squandered. Well, Galloway's told me to squander you guys as I saw fit. But, you know, whatever. When she deigned to speak, she was usually very blunt. Still, I wasn't sure I completely understood what she was getting at. This wasn't my idea. Look, Saffron, I didn't ask Galloway's to assign you to me. But he did, and now we're your responsibility. I'm making sure you understand that. You are responsible. By then, Imre and Chandler had made their way over to us. The three scouts took to watching me as though waiting for something. My patience was quickly spent. What? Are you going to eat? I brought the bowl to my lips to appease them. We should continue your training when you feel able. Perhaps if you manage to keep that down. You think that's a good idea to provoke the Kuthantal in light of the docks? Yes, we're at sea. If you're going to cause unmitigated havoc, better on a ship where a fire is your ruin as much as anyone's. Wonderful. Oh, I'm looking forward to it then. We could focus on training you with a blade. That isn't the priority. She was making good progress before the docks. They were going to push this until I humored them in some fashion. I'll seek one of you out later then. We can wait. I was growing very frustrated. You suffer fools as I suffer you. Be quiet. What does it say? Nothing. And I do not have any use for you right now. I doubt I'll be capable of any sort of training today. Anyway, I can barely walk, as you've no doubt witnessed. You may surprise yourself. Observe, guide, and obey you. That is what we are ordered to do. Obey me? Save the order I just gave, then? Ekere has been poking around Nocturna. Oh, so you noticed. We are ordered to observe you, which we can't do if we leave you alone, can we? I do not think the Grand General would be pleased with us if we allow his wife's assassin to kill you. Yeah. I don't know if that was mentioned in the first part. I don't remember. But the person who sent the assassin to kill me, Ekere, that is, Galoyaz's wife. As in, Ernal, Heron, Vidane, and Kalapoa's grandmother. She's the one that sent Ekere to kill me. Just in case that wasn't mentioned in the first part, now we know. Fun. What a lovely family. Okay, so. We should stay close. You should tell us when you plan to leave your cabin. They have a strange marriage. I sighed heavily, nausea, the persistent scouts, the mouthy Kuthental. That's right, Galois would be upset if you allow his wife to kill me. They don't do things in accord, do they? Chandler smirked at me, while Imre and Saffron were not at all amused. I don't like being caught between them. This is a perilous assignment. We follow the Grand General's orders, which are to stay close to you. That is what we're going to do. That is why we're here. The sound of someone clicking their tongue in the most obnoxious of ways turned all their heads. Let me guess. Lacey? Lacey! He does that. Lacey was walking towards us, amused, as he always seemed to be, especially when finding me in these predicaments. Are you having a difficult time pulling the reins in on your beasts of burden, Rabbit? I sighed, perhaps a touch dramatically. They're very disobedient. You're not being strict enough, then. What, we should get out some whips, chains? Tell me about this plan of yours, Lacey. Let's see. Chandler's afraid of fire. Imre can't control his temper. And Saffron doesn't always follow orders. A throng of disgraced scouts at your beck and call. Fortunate, Rabbit. I can see why you needed extra help against Ekere. He grinned at me, arrogant and pleased with himself. Oh, you're here to save me. Oh, good. Lacey's come to save me. Lacey looks a little too satisfied with that. Probably not. I'm just here to watch you try and save yourself, more likely. He grinned, focusing his attention on Chandler. Ah, me and Lacey. We've such a loving relationship. Oh, gosh. Do you ever think about what a fire would do to the ship? She has training to make up for Laceaga. So do you, 4th Scout. Fine. Because he's 1st Scout. I see what you did there, Lacey. Saffron snapped angrily. Something had clearly gotten under her skin. Nocturna, we will continue this tomorrow. There you go, Rabbit. My hero. Did you just torment them into leaving me alone? You're welcome. You see why I like him? He's definitely, even though he's the most abrasive and hard to get along with, for the most part, and seems like the one that cares the least, he's very funny. Oh gosh. Well, and you were having difficulty getting them to leave. A little. Only a little bit of trouble. Though I suppose Ekere was really the threat. Kalapoa chased him off before. He scanned the mess. He won't try anything where there are witnesses. Not this many witnesses, at least. I guess he's not too keen on making an enemy of Juliet either. No one in their right mind is. Obnoxious as it may be to require a handler, that's probably the wisest course of action for you right now. He shrugged, looking at me curiously, that amused, lingering smirk still present. Are you afraid? I've never stopped being afraid. Yeah, I've never stopped being afraid. This may have gone beyond your notice, Lacey, but my life was very different before you entered it. Then your life was one of ignorance. The world has always been like this. I was hidden from it. And you preferred it that way? I frowned, not sure how to answer that. Then you told Kalapoa to fetch me. I sucked in a sharp breath, anticipating some gloating. Because you wanted my attention? You just wanted to see me again? Lacey getting a little sassy. It's easy to get your attention, Lacey. It's easy to get your attention, Lacey. I didn't even go to such efforts. He snorted. Not always. It takes a certain sort of person to warrant any extra attention. Like a weak little human. His grin persisted, and I thought he'd say nothing more, but then he nodded. The world never ceases to surprise, does it? He laughed. He laughed, everybody! Lacey laughed! Victory! We got Lacey to laugh! We won the game. What? Okay, anyway. Whenever you're ready to admit it, then. Don't worry too much about Ekere. Just worry about getting a hold on the Kuthental. I'll keep Ekere off your back. I'm surprised you're not hunted by your own assassin. I don't make any enemies. You don't. Not enemies that can kill me. Not usually. Not usually. Not usually. I made a mistake long ago, and I don't make them anymore. What mistake? It was foolish, and Vidane the punishment. Ah! You were partnered with Vidane as a punishment? What else would you call it? God. Oh my goodness, and Chandler was calling Vidane my partner earlier. Are we in a threesome? Oh my. Anyway. Ay, ay, ay. It's a very adversarial threesome, though, if it is. He shook his head. So what did Vidane do? And what did Vidane do to earn you? Vidane simply behaved like Vidane. I've demanded a different partner countless times, but it doesn't seem to matter. I am Vidane's caretaker, and that's the end of it, as far as they're concerned. For now. And then you have ambitions. Most people do. What, were you planning on staying in Edric all your life? There was, what, a dozen humans there? Most twice your age? It didn't suit you. Guess not. Guess it didn't. The Kuthental was one way to get out of there. Do you have any other family? Back in Kalik, maybe? Is Lacey actually asking me a question about myself? Like he gives a shit? What is going on? The world makes no sense anymore. I'm sorry, Lacey, but you act like you actually give a damn all of a sudden. What's that about? No. Not that I know of. Do you have family, Lacey? He nodded. My brother and father are still alive. They live down by docks. Oh god, did I blow them up? Is your brother anything like you? He's not as agreeable. Well then! And you're definitely the most agreeable man ever. You're just a Prince Charming. Look, you're so damn hot. And funny. Anyway, yeah. So he's not as agreeable as Lacey, eh? Well then. Can't wait to meet him. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, now we're training. Trying to decide if I should go longer or not. I don't know. Because I am past my 4 hours and my throat is hurting. Guess we'll go a little bit longer, but yeah, I'm past my 4 hours. Anyway, try and throw Chandler. Ugh, forgive me if I hope you fell, ma'am. This is a sadistic game, Saffron. She's not successfully drawn the Kuthental today. It seems you have nothing to worry about. Have you forgotten? You were doing this almost reliably before. Yeah, and then the Kuthental started arguing with me and stuff. It was kind of annoying. There's a bit of trouble. I'm not entertainment! This isn't to entertain, it's to train. We're not doing this to entertain anyone. There's an audience! I excelled, glancing over the collection of elves who'd assembled around us. I was certain they had something better to do. This is so that it can be done better, quicker, on command. Then what you seek is to command me, fool. I already know how to do what is done. It's you who seeks a way to antagonize me. I excelled sharply. It's not being compliant today. So it sounds. Focus. Try and throw Chandler. I was frustrated, to say the least. I was still not fully accustomed to the stares of these elves, and with the Kuthental's new wordiness, with what happened at the docks. It was growing difficult to bear. If she yearns to see... What? We will not follow her command, but our own. Choose one. Well, she wants me to throw Chandler. I'd rather throw Saffron, honestly. But Imre's kind of a jerk, too, even though he's hot. Yeah, Chandler. Chandler, then. What? Then you would obey. I will not abide by a coward. Then do not ask me to choose. Choose what? Okay. You're a child. You're the most immature, malevolent, ancient marrow I've ever known. And one wasted on you. I'm now arguing with the voice in my head again. You should have warned us. Was that on purpose? Well, I'd chosen Chandler. Then it does as it pleases. This isn't a game, Nocturna. If you're a danger, you will be treated like one. Force control. Do it again. Force? Absurd. I don't think that's going to happen. Why? The Kithental has its opinions, as I said. Force it. This is how you prove you're not a danger, Nocturna. Oh, I don't remember what I picked here. I don't remember what I picked last time. Oh. I don't know. I don't know. Guess we'll try. I sucked in a deep breath and closed my eyes. Focus, deep, intent focus seemed to work best sometimes. Also, blind rage. That was harder to conjure up out of nowhere. Ah, the host thinks itself a king. It was strange falling into my mind. The change had been slow, nothing too drastic, but now I found myself consciously reaching inside myself to pull at strings that weren't always there. I didn't know what that meant. It was most confounding to understand that those strings were not a part of me, an invader, but tied to me. They stared at me, and briefly I wondered if they were injured, but I wasn't too concerned. By now I had a good sense of how strong a push the Kuthental made. Yale! Good. She was hesitant, perhaps a little nervous. I'll just grin. That made me a little happy. Let's end this with a bit of martial training. Traditional weapons. I thought that was pointless. It is. Nevertheless, we are ordered to train you as a Gallian soldier, however futile that may be in certain aspects. It might not be futile with enough time. We do not have time with her. No, Imre, I'm not disparaging her race. The Kuthental is a dying ember, isn't it? Here, ma'am. He held out my weapon. I've always preferred ranged combat. But, if I've got assassins after me, I guess maybe the dagger would be better. Since I doubt if I'll have a chance to, like, shoot if somebody is, like, coming at me with a dagger, right? And he's already tried that. Take your dagger. I took... Galleon scalp dagger. I took my dagger from Chandler, turning it over in my hand. The weight felt nice. There was a weird fade in. Again, we'd been training all morning. My little audience of Galleons had persisted the entire time. One would leave, no doubt to catch up on their work after gawking for so long, only for another to quickly replace them. I groaned, and Saffron responded with a distinctive hiss. You're making improvements. You're being kind. Before Gallia, I would never have considered myself weak. I had to wrestle life from that barren wood every day. But I had never held a weapon, not a proper weapon, before. It was a different kind of exhausting. I was frustrated. I was getting stronger, though. Despite that strange exhaustion that accompanied the Kuthental, I could feel it. My proficiency with my dagger still left a lot to be desired, but... Nocturna. Focus. The ship rocked and my weapon tumbled from my grip, crashing onto the deck. Yeah, and so you die. What was that? Yeah, what was that? Emery and Saffron shrugged. The ship rocked. It doesn't usually... Chandler at least looked as nervous as I did. Now and then it does. He didn't sound too certain. Okay. And the ship rocked again. I didn't lose grip on my weapon, but I did stumble. The three of them did not react. Say nothing. I tensed every muscle in my body, trying to prepare for the next heavy sway. Sea is lively today, isn't it? I turned, as did my three scouts, to Vidane. Not only Vidane, but Lacey, Heron, and Earl, and even Juliet. So all five of them. Saffron sighed heavily. I suppose our trading is over. We weren't trying to interrupt you. Indeed, keep going. Morale's increasing across the ship tenfold. You're progressing marvelously, Module. Curious little bout of temper from the sea. The sky is clear, yet the waves... Huh. I didn't see this option before, so this is new as well. I don't know. I'm having so much trouble deciding who I want to go with. Ay. Plus, I'm trying to figure out a good time to stop because I have been on for over 4 hours and my throat is really sore. But, yeah, I don't remember having this option the first playthrough. I'm going to pick the second one, but that also means I'm going to have to probably choose one of the boys again. Ay. I know I've barely spent any time with Juliet. I'm aware of that. Probably because he's the one I'm least interested in, but also, in this particular case, I don't think Mr. Noble Aristocrat Man probably be that good of a person to pick for training with a dagger. But I mean, who knows? Elven weapon training. But, perhaps one of you could help me with my dagger technique. I looked at the dagger in my hand, turned it over, and then smiled at the Millerose brothers. Oh, it's only two? You both know something about melee combat, don't you? Of course, I know more than Ernal about that particular weapon of yours. Ernal prefers more obnoxious blades. Okay, so Heron... He's offered to help me short sword and dagger now. He's not even the soldier, though. So it's interesting that he apparently is good with weapons. Because he's more of like, the little spoiled rich boy who just does whatever he wants because it's fun. So, and Ernal's the one who's trying to kiss his grandfather's butt. And his grandfather's, of course, the jerk general who wants us dead, apparently. But I find that interesting that Heron's talking about how he knows weapons. I guess maybe their grandfather forced them all to learn weapons, because that isn't really part of Heron's thing, He's more about, the party life. But, okay. And Heron knows more about talking than fighting. I was just saying, wasn't it? Perhaps I fight with my tongue where I can. Heron, why is everything you say... Everything Heron says, man... I'm getting really tempted to pick Heron, just because he's got some of the interesting bits of dialogue. Yeah, I think right now, Vidane is an option, but I think I'm wavering between Heron and Lacey, because I really want to see another side to them, because Lacey's been letting a few things slip here and there, and Heron is always flirty, but it's like, is it just him always being flirty, or is there more to it? And Lacey has started to let a few things slip and let me see past his walls, so to speak, a little bit here and there. So that is really tempting, but also Heron's also quite tempting, because I want to know if it's all just he's just flirty because, or if there's actually something more to it, So I think I'm leaning between Heron and Lacey right now, but yeah. I like them all, obviously, but I already did let's rephrase. I already did the Heron or the Ernol route in my first playthrough because he was the one with me at the docks, and Chandler came and told me, "Oh, Ernol, this, and this about you," and blah blah blah. So that's how I decided because Chandler came and said stuff to me about Ernol, and that's how I finally made my choice. But I was with Vidane at the docks, and yeah, I was thinking I was gonna go for Vidane this time, but he's been acting a little off, so I'm not sure. Hmm. I mean, Lacey's acting different too, but for Lacey acting different, that's a good thing. For Vidane acting different, that's not a good thing. So yeah, your tongue. That's what we're talking about. Hmm. Well, since I didn't have this scene at all before. So even though I went with Ernol in my first playthrough, I never had this scene with him trying to train me. That is completely different. I never ever had this whole choose which brother to train you. That didn't happen in my other run. But because I know a little bit more about Ernol from my first run, and I don't want to do the same thing this time, even though this is different, but you know what I mean. I went with Ernol last time, even though this is a scene I didn't get in that run, but still. I guess we'll go with Heron. Heron? He sprang forward almost the second I began speaking his name. The first thing you should learn is how to keep it hidden. Not how to use it? No, if it's hidden well enough, no one knows you have it. Doesn't matter how you use it then. Anyone can stab something unaware. That isn't true. Oh god, Lacey. She'd probably sprain her wrist. Lacey. Rabbits don't have wrists. Ignore them. So it's not just Heron. They're all like chiming in. And they got these three creepers over here. I mean, he is hot, but... He flashed a smile at me, took hold of my dagger-wielding wrist, and slid his fingers into my palm. The knowledge it is there, in your hand, will do wonders on its own confidence. This is not at all the training she asked for. It's useful. Oh, I think it's useful. If you're wearing sleeves down to your wrists, you could... Oh my god! They're all here. I've seen this assembly before, haven't I? You told us to keep an eye on her, Commander. We've amassed something of an audience all around. Like, no privacy aboard a ship like this. Are you sure they're not looking at you, Julia? Something the matter, Callie? Maybe. I was just talking with Captain Lixis. How's the training treating you, Nocturna? Strange. Strangely, this ship has a way of making me feel like I'm dreaming. You have the same quality. Come with me, all of you. What's going on? Calipa sighed, rolled his shoulder, and then looked at me. Have any weird dreams? Does the one where Lacey killed me count? What is this about? Yeah, what is this about? She shook her head. Captain Lexis has been getting reports of strange things going on around the ship. The natural suspect is, of course... Oh, Buonahart. I knew this would be ridiculous, yet even still. What specifically has been going on? Dreams? She cannot be tied to dreams. They are as transient as the air and as easily influenced as a newborn. My throat is dying. Anyway. Have any of you had any dreams? I haven't. Not related to her, or the Kuthantal, any at all, in fact. But you five have spent the most time with her. I haven't. A coin's toss if you're telling the truth. No offense, Onyx Chandler. I am as offended as I should be. I haven't had any dreams. Calipa watched Ernol for a moment, then nodded. I doubt he'd lie to me. You three? I had a dream where I killed pirates. Somewhat related. See, Lacey is funny. He is funny. No, I haven't. Nothing that I think would spark alarm. Mr. Double Entendre Man. Right. Not that I was really assuming Nocturno was causing some sort of mass dream premonition, but Lexius has no reason to doubt his fellows. Perhaps you should meet him, Nocturna. I don't think that's a good idea. Well, you would know, certainly. Lexius has a lover who was burned badly when the docks went alight. Calipoa stared a minute at Juliet, her expression still, then her shoulders stooped. You shouldn't meet him. There are a large number of people, influenced by what happened at the docks, far more than could be called a coincidence, who are aboard this ship. That was likely all by design. The crew, the dreams. It's easy to influence dreams with the right suggestion. And it surely wouldn't be surprising if someone was trying to corner Nocturna. Likely ordered by my grandfather. Or our grandmother. Oh god, you people in your family! Heron nodded carefully, then flashed me a smile. You have nothing to worry about, Majule. Damn it, she has a lot to worry about. Your training out on the deck earlier, how very unconventional it is. It'd be good to master a weapon, to be able to defend yourself, but out on the deck in the bright day, all those elves watching? Are you suggesting Galleon training is usually done in privacy and comfort? I'm suggesting it was a bit too impractical and a bit too front and center. With all those elves watching, that a training all on its own. That's true, she was not training so much as displaying. But you needn't mind anyone. You can ignore your scouts however much they protest. You can stay with one of us and walk aside us on our duties. What a charmed and overly simple existence you live in, little cousin. Are not our masks supposed to be deviously clever and aware? I think that's what they call their, assassins? I don't think they've mentioned that yet, but I think that's what they call their assassins. I am both, dear cousin. Thus I wish to be near her and keep her safe. You're both what? Charmed and overly simple existence. Deviously clever and aware. Oh, so he's saying he's deviously clever and aware. What are your thoughts? You've been quiet, Nocturna. I'm alright. I think I've been in worse predicaments, all things considered. And what is the danger? Ekere is the assassin, but is he trying to manipulate the ship or manipulate Lexius? Aboard the Bastion, he is King Juliet. It's true he may face some sort of judgment upon returning to Gallia, but that's assuming he didn't act in accordance with Galois's wishes. Is he wise enough to recognize when he is being used? Because I, for one, do not doubt Galois's willingness to sacrifice a scapegoat. Lexius is a passionate man with a temper, but despite both, he is commended for control and clear thinking. Lexius is the captain, in case anybody missed that. He'd be difficult to fully manipulate. He thinks she burned his lover. Has he said anything about Nocturna, Callie? Something implying resentment, revenge? Calipoa shook her head. No, but he's not a fool. Everyone has seen me with Lycan's rebellion by now. Lycan, whatever that guy's name is. But why spread paranoia about her? Why make a display of her? To what end? To frame her in a poor light? Ah, that is not an insult, Nocturna. You're simply new to your training. She is successful in drawing the Kuthantel for all to see. If we are back into an attempt at invoking hysteria, mass fear among our kin, Galois is disappointing. Power. No ability to control it? Then the Grand General's trying to make a fool of her. I hadn't anticipated that. And we were all depending on your observations. What? Oh, God. Oh, Vidane. When him and Lacey are together. Get to the bottom of this. We have to know what's going on. I'm so tired of defending myself from the unknown and unseen. Whatever machinations are at play, those 3 scouts assigned to you are hardly masks with training for clever traps. They're shamed, thought to lack skill. There's Ekere. It's very frustrating. It's also uncoordinated and strange. Are you saying you cannot make sense of this either? Well, whatever shall we do? Oh, God. When Lacey and Vadane are together, it is quite amusing. They hate each other so much. We will investigate things as we can. There are times when the fragments only come together at the end. Heron, stop looking at me like that. Whatever you're imagining is a distraction, and pained as I am to say it, with your mask training halved as it is. Okay, so he is half trained as an assassin? Interesting. I guess they wanted to address what I was saying earlier about why does Heron have weapon training? But apparently he started training as an assassin and then just didn't finish. Huh. Mask training, halved as it is, you're best focused on the real enemy. I won't let any of them hurt you, Nocturna. So unnecessarily dramatic. And Captain Lexis? Does he have any connection to the 4th Scouts? Is he being used in someone else's plan? There are probably a lot of Galleons who want a piece of her after the docks. Laceaga, shut up. Oh, God. I can't change it. I can't change what happened. I'll just have to bear it. Vidane's shoulders stooped. We don't know what happened, Modulate. Either way, there was no intent. The damage was minimal by all accounts. For the way that fire looked, there was no great toll in blood. Indeed, there were no deaths, some significant burns and loss of property, much of which I've paid for. Don't let it weigh on you, Nocturna. I'm going to get Etelene and Natrova. They were 2 who claimed to have a dream, and 2 who are willing to speak with you, Nocturna. Stay here. I nodded, despite being sure what to say. Yeah, it's like I kind of want to stop since I've been over 4 hours and my throat is really hurting, but I also want to get to like a logical stopping point, like at the end of the day or whatever. But now we got this whole thing going on. Now I can talk to people. Alright, I guess we'll just get Julia out of the way first. And what is this newest obstacle, Julia? I think this is not something to take at face value. You can be sure of nothing where it concerns the Kuthental, beyond only that it is desirable, worthwhile, and a promise of something great. And this all without considering the form it's taken. But I digress, as your charms threaten you less. Considering the form it's taken, but I digress as your charms threaten you less. Okay. Further, I don't know how important mere dreams will be. The docks were an impressive and alarming display, but there was little damage ultimately, and surely dreams are insignificant in light of what the Kuthental can offer. Galleons are not timid. This behavior suggests we do not know sacrifice, that we do not know the pain in the pursuit of strength. This should be offensive to my kin, more so than it appears to be. It would be concerning if I did not believe we were being manipulated. Ernal is a good example, I think. He's nervous. I think that's obvious, but he isn't shying away or calling for your death. Laceaga also is, dare I say, becoming excited about the potential of all this. Really. Loath as I am to say it, they are what most of my kin aspire to be. There are manipulations at hand, darling. People working to distract and provoke. I'm losing my ability to read as well. People motivated to work against you for the mere fact that you have brought their history to them. I'm being sacrificed or used. That was me, not him. But something fell on my desk, so I had to reach over and fix it. Alright, anyway, because I've been trying to put the mouse on whoever's talking. But then crap fell over. Anyway, I'm being sacrificed or used. To their shame. I'll not be a sacrifice. I have no intention of submitting myself to the fear of others to be killed for their comfort. Fantastic. I have no intention of letting them sacrifice you either. His smile lingered on me, gaze lowering to my lips in momentary distraction. What? I got distracted there. I'm like, wait, what? What? Are we getting romance with Dule now? I haven't really been paying much attention to him. Just as I realized, just as I started to respond, heat flushing my face in a mess of confusion and skepticism, his gaze returned to my eyes, head cocked forward, hand extended. I slipped my hand in his, almost without thinking. Try not to be consumed in worry. With power that comes those looking to destroy. You will not be that easily taken, Nocturna. All right, then. I wouldn't let something take you from me so soon. Wait, now you're getting lovey-dovey? The hell? Sounds like something Heron would say. Crap, I'm trying to move things. Alright, anyway. My webcam thing keeps, like, getting discombobulated. Okay. I usually don't use it, so it's, like, precariously perched. Anyway, yeah. For now, let's see what these dreamers have to say. When Calipo returned, she brought with her an elf whom I recognized right away. Oh, it was the bitch from downstairs. We really missed her. You. Indeed. What happened to believing I was a trick? The elf flushed Julia a quick look before her eyes narrowed sharply on me. Oh, wait, so I only get to pick one of them to talk to? Huh. Yeah, I picked Julia because I was just going to go through them all, but I guess I only got to talk to one of them. Oh well, that's alright. I guess we haven't really spent a lot of time with Julia. It's fine. Of course, the one time we do talk to him, he's getting all a little bit flirty. That's usually Heron's thing. Okay. I believe it is both. She spoke with such extravagant boldness that it earned a smile from Julia, a snort from Lacey, and a sigh from Vidane. Heron and Ernal only watched her intently. Care to explain? The Kuthental is not real. Ah, then you have no problem with Nocturna. I don't understand. On the contrary, I have a problem with every Galleon should. She's attempting to make a fool of our people. Or perhaps she is a mere puppet, but either way. She waved wildly at Julia, who I briefly thought would bow in response to her gesture. You're the only one making a fool of yourself. Throw in with the Onyx traitor, and you call me a fool? She said. That was her. Erna looked vicious. Yet you claim Kuthental dreams. And yet you've claimed to have dreams concerning the Kuthental, the nature of which hasn't been made clear to me, but the impression has been given that the dreams were unpleasant. I have had dreams. Genesonex. Gesundheit? How unpleasant you are. Though I know their source is not what you would have me believe. You told Captain Lexis that you were concerned. I am concerned. Commander, he is a danger to every galleon. Another wild gesture at Julia. This time he only responded with a widened smile, clearly flattered. It's like, oh, really, me? Is she one of your exes, Julia? She seems to really have a thing going on with not liking you much. Somehow this was feeding an already healthy ego. Nocturna had no part in this. You may not be aware, but she's been in peril ever since arriving in Gallia. Truly, if you wish to campaign against Julia, do say, but do not try and sabotage Nocturna in the process. If she is the vessel Julia chooses, then she will be no more suffered than he. A bit paranoid to be wearing a Telendon. I don't imagine she'll be wearing it long. Lacey laughed, shaking his head. Nothing to worry about concerning this one, Nocturna. Not too credible now that she's laid out her theory. Well, this was simple. You don't believe the Kuthental is responsible for your dreams. That should come from Captain Lexis. I disagree, Commander. Captain Lexis understands what's happening here. I'm not sure anyone understands what's happening here. Are you going to tell us what happened in your dream? No. Then why... It doesn't matter. All I wanted was to see the traitors and tell them they were revealed. Did it not disturb you, the dream? Even believing it was not from the Kuthental? I saw only the ruins of Gallia and overhead a purple haze, scavengers. It was a Jimi Hendrix concert. What? She shot Julia a sharp look. With flowing golden crowns, picking at bones and rubble, they crowed songs of self-praise, even as their feet rot beneath them. Their wings were crippled, atrophied with disuse, and they paid no mind to me, careless as I frantically cut them down. Wings? Ernal sighed. You are dreaming of harpies. With golden crowns. Is that all? You slaughtered Juliet harpies in Gallia's ruin with a purple overcast? Yes, Commander. Then excuse us, Ethane. Feel free to return at a later time, madam. I look forward to hearing more of your ideas. Oh, burn, burn, burn. That was strange. Yes, a lot of things have been very strange since you showed up. Oh, Lacey, you say the sweetest things. Actually, I know we're not at a transition, but it's been a while since we saved, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're still on the unforgiving sea. Yeah, I'm going longer than I meant to go, but I want to get to like an actual stopping point. I don't want to stop in the middle of a whole conversation about these dreams or whatever. So I'm just waiting until I get to a stopping point, even though my throat is hating me so much right now. But anyway, I gave him a dirty look for his use of show up, breezily rendering himself innocent by implication. Yeah, I just showed up. You didn't kidnap me and drag me onto a boat and bring me here. I just showed up. Okay, anyway. I'll get the other woman who is willing to speak to you. Hopefully this will be as quick as before, but... Who is it? Laceaga, a scout. Or kept, I'm not sure. If she is kept, why would she be aboard? Cataloging. Just wait. But scouts usually... That was strange. Was it? Surely you expected some fanaticism after that display at the docks. Kuthental or not, Galleons have proven they're as susceptible to mass hysteria as any other. Odd to hear you disparage your people. Our people produced elves like you, did they not? God, these two! These two! Oh my gosh. Anyway. These two should get a room. Can I join? What? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. You said something. Okay, yeah, it's not that surprising to hear fever dreams. Surely in every shift of time, there is bulking at change. You're utterly flattered, painted as a harbinger of the Gallian ruin. He smiled at Ernal and inclined his head. Calipo returned swiftly, this time followed by another woman. This one I was relatively sure I'd never met before. She immediately smiled at me, then bowed slightly. Well met, Kuthental bearer. Your influence precedes you. Or perhaps I should say the Kuthental's influence. Well met. I smiled and returned the bow. Yes, well met. This is at Leva Nocturna. Yes, I know of her. And indeed, 'twas the night before last I saw you in a dream. Almost as clearly as I see you now. And who are you? Are you kept? She smiled, shaking her head. I was a scout before my injury. She motioned down at her leg. You walked toward us fine. There are good days and bad ones. Surely that is not what is most pressing at the moment. Establishing your reputation is rather important, I'm afraid. It is known now that elves are conspiring against Nocturna. I see. Well, I'd be glad to establish myself where necessary. Do you want to hear about the dream I had? Yes, tell me. Yes, at Leva, please. At first, I wasn't sure what was going on. I was bound in darkness, unable to move my body. Then my brother appeared before me, his eyes faintly purple. The sight of him comforted me. But only briefly. I soon began to feel dread as he approached me, as I lay where I was unable to move. Something very sinister was within him. He was not my brother. I was by then very certain. He bent and whispered into my ear, "The wicked shall not be forgiven." Then all I could see was purple. It filled the air like a thick fog. I still couldn't move, and my brother had gone limp, fallen beside me. And that's when I saw you, Nocturna. It was you approaching me this time. You wore black, thick laced Gallian embroidery. You were aglow, utterly aglow with purple. And then you said, "The bastion is mine." I woke not long after. There's not a word among us for a moment. Interesting. You deduced something sinister from all this? Of course, I was terrified. I did not consider myself easily shaken, either. And I wasn't sure of it, but I felt like my brother was like a puppet. An unpleasant dream, surely, but altogether not very strange. I suppose not. Still, I felt compelled to tell the captain. I felt it was my duty. I hope it's nothing, of course. I am as curious about the Kithental as any. And truly, Nocturna, you're a curious wonder. I've never seen a human send ripples through Gallia like this before. Oh, well, thank you, Atleva. Nocturna, anything else? You couldn't move, Because I had a dream like that towards the beginning, where she woke up and she couldn't move. Or my character. You couldn't move? That is well known. Yes, many know you experienced that, Nocturna. Atleva nodded. If that is truly something you experienced, then you have my sympathies, Nocturna. Keep trying to readjust this thing. Try to get it to stop being silly. I'm still playing with the stupid camera. It's like being weird. Alright, anyway. Even knowing it was a dream, the thought of experiencing it again is... I can't think of much worse. It's called sleep paralysis. Happens a lot. Your body shuts down, or your brain shuts down your body so you don't hurt yourself in your sleep. I guess they haven't got that far, and whatever. Alright, anyway. After Atleva took her leave, Kelly heaved a sigh. There are 2 more, but they refuse to speak with you. Lexis wouldn't even name them to me. I'll do some digging. Keep your spirits high, friends, your wits at hand, and at least... Oh, geez, hi. And now we found ourselves nursing elves back from bad dreams. Perhaps the ship is stocked with the weakest among us. There might be something to that. I've seen more than a few elves aboard that, if pressed, I'd call expendable. Captain Lexis is in healthy standing. Ekere is aboard, Julie. If the aim is to turn the ship against her, all one needs is numbers. If Lexis can be turned, I will speak to him. Don't worry, his lover is not dead, and I will ensure they're handsomely compensated for her injury. If only all were as easily bought, Julie. Is it really a problem? A few dreams are going to cause... No, Module, it won't be enough. We'll make sure not to lend any credibility to this hysteria. They weren't the first, and won't be the last to have dreams about you. Heron? He's always gonna say something. Ugh. It's getting really hard. I think I've narrowed it down to probably either Heron or Lacey. I really want to see how things go with Heron. Because I have spent a bit more time with Lacey in both my run-throughs. But just the idea that Lacey could be chiseled away at, so to speak, is kind of nice. I kind of want to see the softer side of Lacey. The lacier side. I'm sorry, it's late, guys. But yeah, I'm trying to decide between Heron and Lacey. I mean, I like them all, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway. He smiled at me, though his brow was knit slightly in betrayed concern. You'll be all right. You have allies, more than just us. We'll fight for you. You already have been. Yes, I suppose we have. Ernal's stare turned distant. This foolishness serves as further proof of whatever you are. Whatever you're becoming. You've made us all fools. The only sensible thing left to do is embrace it. Again! Lacey! Lacey with the humor. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. So I shall. Really? What's this about embracing, Lacey? What's this about embracing? I mean, tell me more about that. A good thing you're so comfortable with me, I will do everything I can to keep you safe, Nocturna. Whispers are only dangerous when they turn to action, when you can be reached. As long as they can't reach you, you'll be alright. There must be a way. Evening rolled in without further upset. Calipoa came back around and told us she thought Captain Lexis would be reasonable. This is kind of a transition, so I guess I should save. After Athane's conspiracy had come to light, he threw out the idea that these dreams were anything more than coincidence. Still, I couldn't help but wonder. Pathetic how they scramble. Are you giving the elves bad dreams, Ghost? I am not within any but you. Why do you move your eyes about as if they can see me? You see what I want you to see. Is that... I exhaled a shaky breath, trying, however futile it might be, to pretend the thought of it that hadn't disturbed me as much as it had. Then I'm the only one whose dreams you spoil. Yes. Uncomfortably straightforward, my cryptic little plague. Am I little because you don't see otherwise? You small human do not know the size of things. Okay. I lay in bed and exhaled. Peace came easier than it had in past nights. Perhaps I truly was growing numb to the chaos. But why wouldn't I? So much was out of my control. And you believe you have allies, don't you? You would have me isolated, wouldn't you? You, my only ally? I am not your ally. The one who wishes to isolate you is the old one. Included in his web all those who contributed to your abduction. We are both abducted. Were we? I refused to let it rob me of any more sleep. It would try, seed disturbing crops in my mind meant to torment me and keep me awake, but I refused. And when it didn't respond anymore, I exhaled, relieved. Perhaps I was getting good at shutting that little ghost up. I heard shuffling outside the cabin door and turned my head. Calipoa said she'd be working through the night, but perhaps... It is not Vidane. I didn't think. Didn't you? You chose him from the others. I scoffed at the way the voice in my head made that sound. Scoff as you like, but do not forget I am within you. You seek a tender, soft embrace in this world you consider hostile? These are children. Their fights are the squabbles of children. We're getting to the part where I'm going to have to decide. Well, obviously this thing can see my thoughts, so there'd be no point in lying. Fine, we're growing close. We're growing close, I suppose. But it will not last. Okay, so that's weird that this is, yeah, this isn't how it went before it gave me a whole list. Alright, so there's the list. Yeah, I was like, before it gave me the whole list, that was weird how it did it this time. It was a little different. Alright, so this is the choice, guys. This is the choice. Well then. I don't know. Guess what, though? I've been on for almost 5 hours, though. I know. How dare I? How dare I? But I did want to stop like an hour ago, and my throat is killing me. So I think we will stop there. Give me some time to think it over, because I really am having trouble deciding, obviously. Can you blame me, though, really? But yeah, so thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching, and hopefully you enjoyed my little avatar girl. I mean, I know the animation's a little wonky, and it's not exactly the look I'd go for, but I'm hoping that since it's beta and free, I'll be able to change her and customize her a little bit, and they'll work out some kinks. But I figured it was a nice little added extra I could throw into the stream just for something different. So thank you guys for hanging out, and I should be streaming. Let's see, what is today? Thursday? I should be, well, I guess it's technically going to be like Friday in like a second. But yeah, I should be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday, but I doubt it. But yeah, I was thinking of doing an entire beginning to end run of Doki Doki Literature Club. I was probably going to do it tomorrow, but I don't know. It depends if I lose my voice by tomorrow, because it's possible. And there's a lot of reading in that too. So I will definitely be doing a full run of it sometime this weekend, though. I'm thinking tomorrow, but maybe not. Otherwise, I was thinking of possibly starting Dragon Age Origins. I haven't played it yet. I just watched it like about the first half hour of gameplay on Let's Play. So there's Dragon Age Origins. That's an option. I also would like to continue my Civ 6 run that I was doing in the stream a couple weeks ago. But I know not a lot of people watch Civ 6 because it's not really an action-packed game. But then again, I mean, some people say visual novels aren't really action-packed either. But we will have to decide what to do with this lovely, lovely choice we have before us. So tell me, you can tell me on Twitter if you have a preference you'd like to see me do a run through for the rest of this game with. I also would like to do maybe a run through of Cinderella Phenomenon, which is more of a traditional otome, but I'm pretty sure it's American made though, not Japanese made. But I don't know. I mean, and also it's I've done 2 run throughs of it because if you make even one wrong choice, you could get a very bad ending. So it's a little stressful. But it's also a game with a pretty good story and lovely, lovely, lovely art. Lovely, lovely boys. So yeah, those are some options. We got more of this. If you'd like to see that, tell me on Twitter. We've got more of this. We've got Dragon Age Origins. We've got the continuation of my Civ 6 stream. We got possibly Cinderella Phenomenon. And of course, the Doki Doki Literature Club run through, which I wanted to do in one sitting, which would be about 6.5 hours probably, maybe longer, depending on how much I talk or how much people talk. Because I love it when you people talk, so please talk. So anyway, that's it for now, though. I will be on sometime tomorrow. I don't know when exactly. It'll probably be middle of the day-ish, maybe. It really depends. I don't know. I don't think I have anything to do in my other game tomorrow. I do have crap to do in my other game on Sunday, though, which is freaking annoying. But anyway, but tomorrow I don't think I got anything to do in my other game because there's scheduled events and crap that I got to deal with. But anyway, thank you guys again, and hopefully I will see you guys for the rest of my streams. And tomorrow will probably be Doki Doki, but if I lose my voice by then, we'll see. Anyway, thanks again, and night, everybody.